So I kind of want to listen to this again. I don't know if all the sound effects are going to be like really loud, but it was such a blur during Thursday's stream. And I feel like the music was banging. So just for a minute, I'm gonna like reabsorb this music. I feel like it went so hard, but I was so distracted by everything else I was seeing in this trailer. Also, hi Vel.
How many years have come and gone since that day?
You can find the actual song instead of the trailer. I'm scared to search anything at this point.
For this moment.
Are you winning? Paragon, we're trying.
For the one that stood alone against the storm.
Stay scared. I will, dude. What is the song actually called, by the way? From this?
For the one they called.
Tours? Hang on, I'm not ready yet.
The warrior of light.
Oh, a camp bed. That would do it. Hey, Terrabellum. It's just called Shadowbringers? Hang on. Is it? Oh, maybe it's this one? Yeah, it is this one. There we go. There we go. Happy to be home. Let's go. They give COVID again also? Oh, Vanakin, I'm sorry to hear that. On a scale of 1 to 10, how excited am I? 11. 11, guys. I'm in Alfie cosplay. Just to celebrate the moment. Hi, guys. If I remember correctly, the Primals is the name of the group that do a lot of music too. Gotcha. Hi, I'm Fred. Hi, Nitro. Welcome, everybody. We Alfie today. Planning on putting shit together in a bit. Oh, nice, nice, nice. Hell yeah, EJ. Pet Terralphino.
You're my superstar.
Nitro! Let's turn this down. Nitro! Oh my god, with the primer! Nitro, thank you so much for the 19 months. You sweet, beautiful soul. I appreciate you. Mwah. Guys, do we make Terra do the recommended extra stuff before Endwalker or not? As I said, I'm down to do a lot more extra. Now that we're moving into Shadowbringers, I know I'm probably gonna need like the emotional pauses. Where's my book? I don't got. Wait, hang on, how about, I did say this is a budget Alphino cosplay, right? I'm gonna use my little notebook on my desk. Here we go, this is my book. We're ready. I'm ready to cast some spells. I just need a, wait. We could let Felix be my carbuncle. Give me a sec, give me a sec. Here we go. I'm in full cosplay now. Felix is my carbuncle. My not obsidian. My red carbuncle. This is before he leveled up and got the fancy carbuncles. I am become Alphino. Let's play game, you guys. Have I done Die Quest? Of course I have, EJ. Of course. Of course, of course. Hi, Becky Bones! What? Awesome.
You're my superstar.
Hang on, hang on.
We'll continue this playthrough of the Shadowbringers main scenario right after I tell you about our sponsor, Link.
Our sponsor, Link. I'm sad it didn't read out the link. Golsef, I appreciate you. I appreciate you plugging my merch. Guys, let's play Final Fantasy, shall we? Are we ready? I'm so nervous. I'm probably going to be chatting and stalling a lot because you guys said this game, like this expansion, not this game. You guys said this expansion pulls no punches really early on, and we haven't been punched yet. And I mean, we just fucking entered the expansion, but like, I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm terrified. I'm sure it'll be fine. Becky, how are you today? Also, you guys, this is like the 3 p.m. start is a warm up both for my body and for y'all's knowledge. I think early November I'll be at the 2 p.m. time slot, and I'll probably just stick with that. I'll probably go 2 p.m. start and then just leave it at that instead of our 4 p.m. start. It feels like a happy like middle ground. What does the hang on. Shadowbringers demo and title. We didn't even get to see what this one looks like. Woo! Let's switch over. What time is that for you? It's 1 hour earlier than now. Right? For the next little while, we're going to be rocking a 3 p.m. start, but I'm working myself up to 2 p.m. start. Doing good, had playdate with the neighbor's dog, and it was super cute and fun. Oh, Becky! Was the little potato happy? Riding home. I love that every variation of them have had the crystal prelude in the background. Neighbor dog was a golden retriever named Ollie. What a sweet soul. 2 p.m. start. Tara, no, I'm already super unproductive at work. It's okay. It's fine. It's just an extra 2 hours of being unproductive. Even Bane got in on a playtime. Oh, Becky, that's so sweet. Could not contain his excitement. Aw. Wah! Don't you keep me on the riding home. Good to see the sweet old boy having some fun. How old is Bane now? You say old boy, but I imagine like Bane's like 6, but maybe I'm wrong. Finish yourself on your main character before you head on to ether character. Let's go. Hi, Toon. Frederick Knudsen is finishing his stream soon. Hi, Toon. Hi. How you doing? He's almost 10. Aw. Being an old bean. Out of free playtime. Oh, no, EJ. Not like this. Also, I put on the glam. Holy, you look so cute, Lord Calf. Thank you. This is our Alphino cosplay today. I put on the full Scion stuff, Scion Traveler. However, I chose to have this hat because I didn't like the full hood of the other one. And this is the gear that Tataru gave us before we went off. Gonna play Minecraft while you watch instead. Minecraft. Boop. There you look gracious. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Guys, I'm scared. Also, I'm a little mad. Before y'all like go off on me about my armory, I ran around the town that it stuck me in like this brand new location it sent us to. There's nothing. There's nobody. Full gear with emo Thancred headband. Hell yeah. There's nobody. There was like, I couldn't go to an inn. I couldn't like talk to any sort of storage thing. So you guys are just gonna have to deal for one more stream, okay? Believe me, I logged in and I tried to fix my inventory and I could not. So I was like, okay, they're just gonna have to deal with full armory chest and everything. Cause like, there's nobody. There's supposed to be an innkeeper here, but there isn't. There's nobody here. There's a mender, but I was like, let me in. Because I checked the map and there's supposed to be an inn here, but it's just not. It's just not. It's locked behind the first MSQ. That's what I thought. And I was like, shit, I should have done one more quest before logging out. But it could have been a big one. So we didn't. You just stuck a bunch of stuff in your glamour dresser. Well, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to stick so much in there and make a few new plates, but can't have shit in Detroit, I guess. The gender mender is the opposite of the gender bender. Also, Rando, welcome in. How are you? The town is very beautiful. I also forgot to install G-Shade. I'm gonna put that in my fucking list of things to do. Imagine being able to like stay focused on anything for longer than 30 seconds. Install G-Shade. I want it to look slightly prettier. Boop, boop. There we go. Crystarium housing when? Is there no housing here? That's a damn shame is what that is. I work, but hype for me to start Shadowbringers. Let's go. Me too. Your emo's a little witch hat. Precious. I absolutely precious. I can't even attune to this etherite, which is a scam, because I was like, help. and it's not responding. It clearly is responding. Why does it look like this if it's not responding? Hello? What a lie. The gender bender changes your gender while the gender bender turns your gender. Makes sense, makes sense. Do we get these in real life as well? Game punishing you for ending stream last night? Literally. They're like, you should have played more, bestie. You fucked up. City of the First. Wait, why are you giving me gear? I just glamour. Oh my god, I'm being punished again. I'm being punished again. They're giving me full new gear. I just glamoured everything and I'm gonna have to re-glamour it all. XDDD, get out of here. Now, a full frank discussion in the privacy of my study would seem in order. But I think our conversation would be more meaningful were you to first gain a firmer grasp of the situation here. To that end, I would like you to visit a few of the Crystarium's civic leaders and glean something of this world and its predicament. Okay. They know you're running low on AC space. They're punishing me. They're punishing me. As you can see, this path will take you directly to an Aetheryte, to the Aetheryte, a convenience with which I'm sure you're only too familiar. Being the rightful object of my summoning spell, you should, in theory, be able to reach all the way back along your etheric trail and find a connection in the source, believe it or not. I strongly suggest you complete this attunement before venturing any further. After you've done so, walk up the steps next to the Aetheryte and head out to the left to arrive at the Crystalline Mean. This is where you'll find our collective of crafters and gatherers, as well as their spokeswoman, Catless, one of the people I should like you to meet. Another is Morin. To reach him and his Cabinet of Curiosity, you'll want to avoid the aforementioned steps. Take the exit on the left and simply continue straight along down until you come to large doors at the end of the path. The third and final person I should like you to meet is Braggy, our man in charge of trade and distribution. He is to be found in the markets, with which you can access on the opposite side of the Aetheryte Plaza. Okay, we're taking a little tour of the town. Lore reason you can teleport between first and source is reaching all the way back, right? You're so crystalline mean. I know. I'm gonna challenge myself and play Minecraft survival mode. Do it, EJ. Do it. Seeking out each of my colleagues, you will visit the major districts in the city, hopefully gain a feel for the place, and trust my directions were simple enough. Crystal clear! I like it 'cause pun. Very good. I concede. The layout of the Crystarium owes more to historic necessity than planning, but I'm sure you'll learn its twists and turns before long. In all honesty, the true challenge may be in finding the right way to approach its citizens. As you discovered during your encounter with the captain, the people of this world are unaware of the existence of other stars and will struggle to accept the truth of your origin. So we keep it under wraps. That being the case, when they ask whence you hail, as they inevitably will, I suggest you claim to share a homeland with the Crystal Exarch. There is an unspoken rule here about peering too deeply into that particular mystery. When you're finished making the rounds, pray meet me in the large courtyard at the center of town. Until then. Oh, starting next to bamboo forest. I love bamboo forests. You should absolutely settle down there. Usually I'll travel until I find a place that's somewhat close to bamboo forests because I love them so much. And because pandas. Scaffolding! Scaffolding OP. So, all I had to do was talk to him. You guys are monsters. You guys are monsters? And not telling me that all I had to do was talk to him and then I could warp. By focusing your senses, you detect the flow of vastly distant currents of ether. Your connection to these energies is faint but stable. You should allow teleportation to Aetherites in the source. So, I can go home. It's my viewer's fault, Copium. I want to go home. I want to go. So I can go home now. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Cool. Fully attuned. All right. Let's just set home point here. Honestly. Bye, Foundation. Friendship, relationship with Foundation ended. Now, Crystarium. What is the city called again? I have the memory of a gnat. There's holes in my brains. Anyways, now this place is my favorite place. Best friend. Now you can ride home, ride the ether. They told me to go up the stairs and go left. The Crystarium, I was right, thank you. I second guessed myself. I always end up getting sidetracked in Minecraft by finding a hillish area, making a home from the Shire, and then start farming Charon. Okay, me too. I love making hobbit holes basically if I find like the side of a side of like a mountain or something, or even like a hilly area, if I see one flat enough, I'm gonna plant a hobbit hole in there. And 90% of the time, that's the kind of house that I build. It'll either be a tree fort or a hobbit hole. Nothing in between. Okay, I'm here! I resume catching up later. I want to see this live.
You are my superstar.
Keo! With the primer again! Thank you for the 2 months of primer, Keo. And Toon, yeah, I know this is a big moment, and I'm glad you're here with us. I just don't want to have to kill spiders. I just want my scaffolding. Understandable. Oh my gosh, Ray!
Sloppy!
Well, Ray, worst case, the VOD is there for you if you need a nap. Rare to see a place so well stocked with goods, isn't it? But not here. I'm going to guess you're new to our fair city. Well, for what it's worth, you've chosen a fine sanctuary. The Exarch can throw up a barrier if the Sin Eaters come knocking, so it's a damn sight safer in here than it is out there. Safer and more civilized, too. Thanks to us in the mean, we work together to procure materials and resources and craft goods which make city life possible. This is the place to visit if you ever need a coat mended or a kettle forged. Just don't go thinking it'll all be handed to you on a plate, like those Ulmoran layabouts. Here in the Crystarium, we work for a living. Though I see you're no stranger to honest labor, you don't have that whiff of indolence about you like some folk I've met. Still, I can't quite pin down your profession. Where is it you're from? Catless Everdeen. One of the Exarch's countrymen, you say. I see. Well then, I'll work twice as hard to make you feel welcome. Our city wouldn't even exist if it weren't for him, and any friend of his is a friend of ours. I wonder if there's a crystal tower in every star. Well, I guess so. They're like reflections of each other, right? I'll be back in like an hour or whatever. Ray, enjoy your lurk. Yulmorin. Thank you, Rando. Rando, I can always count on you when I'm butchering a word. US taco salad? Guys, Spess finally relented and we got sushi burritos the other day and I was so happy. Elmore is Yulmor, so it's Yulmorin and Yulmor. Okay, cool. God, that's what I thought every time I had to interact with her. It's really quite incredible when you think about it. They say his grand magics summoned the crystal. Wait a second, I should have just read. Summoned the crystal tower into existence, pulled the entire thing out of thin air. It wasn't long before droves of refugees began congregating around its base, desperate for shelter after losing their homes to the flood. And that's how the Crystarium began. As the Exarch's invitation, buildings started going up, and with the help of some curious relics brought forth from the tower, the place gradually expanded into the thriving metropolis you see today. The cities stood here for decades now, yet the eldest among us swear the Exarch looks exactly the same as he did back then. He is indeed a man of many mysteries, but for all his secrecy, he has never yet let us down. He's good. He's good, Exarch. Hello, beautiful people. Hello, Evelyn. Welcome in. Did someone already mention today that a lot of the Crystarium is based partially on... No, they didn't mention that tune. Thank you for the lore bomb. 1.0 concept art. That's so cool. So if he and you wish to remain silent about your shared homeland, then the folk here will respect your wish for privacy. I am, however, more than a little curious to see any crafting talent you might be hiding. If you've aught to contribute on that front, be sure to come back and visit once you've had a chance to settle in. Oh, I have not done any crafting yet. Just ask for Catless, and you'll find a niche here in the crystalline mean. You can help us keep the cogs of the city greased and turning. Your exchange with Catelys has taught you about the life in the Crystarium. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. Wait, there's another little etherite here somewhere? Or maybe it's down below me. We got that one there. Ethernet shard. I would also like to get this one. Above? I love when Tara stops reading things just to theorize on things that get explained the very next sentence. I love it too. It definitely doesn't make me feel silly at all. It's great and awesome. So I need to go back to that central area and then go down a tunnel rather than up the stairs. I believe that's what he said. Is that a frog following you? Yeah, it is. It's a little froggy wizard. And oh, how do you do it again? It's not beckon, it's slash offer? No, slash, crap, I don't remember. There's a way you can like feed them, but I don't remember how. Slash handover. It's precious froggy. Precious froggy. And you can do it to other people's minions as well. And that's the way that I realized how you could do it. Because somebody did that to my froggy. I was like, how did you? What did you do? I must do it. There you have some tasty air. Mmm, so good, so healthy. So yeah, the Amalja are just vibing. Hi guys. You just vibing, huh? You're not angry? You don't want to summon a primal over here? No, they're just vibing. 100%. Okay. Okay. Alright. Interesting. Very interesting. It'll be even more interesting if we come across like the Ixal and the rest, etc. Finishing up some stuff, and your second anima Heavensward relic weapon stuff before hopping onto your ether character. Second relic weapon? You make them sound easy to get. Just finished my first one this month. Been using it in cutscenes of it so much. I need relic weapon. I need it. Am I gonna have to level up my crafting at all in order to get a relic weapon? Because I would like to be more incentivized to craft. Why is Dante here? Listen, little Dante. Listen here, you. Tara, if you want to do relics, I think Heavensward is the easiest, and no, you don't need crafting. Aw. I want to start crafting. Yeah. Excuse me, sir. Are you recently come to the city, perchance? I'm quite familiar with our civic roles, and you see, well, what is this baby Sephiroth? What I mean to ask is, have you brought any books with you? A rumpled scroll even? A scrap of scribbled on parchment? Wait, you don't have enough? My apologies. Literature is something of an obsession of mine, as well as a profession. Librarian Morin, at your service, and this humble collection is known as the Cabinet of Curiosity. As your powers of perception have likely informed you, my colleagues and I are responsible for curating all manner of tomes, documents, and other vehicles for the written word. As horrific as the loss of life and land wrought by the flood unquestionably was, the damage to recorded knowledge was no less catastrophic. We few do all we can to preserve what wisdom survived. But tell me, what brings you to the cabinet today? Looking for any title in particular? Mayhap a spot of academic research? Wait, this is so cute. So these are all the books that serve, or well, maybe not all the books, but all the books that have been saved by them, or like the people of the Crystarium, are now here in one mass collection of knowledge before this flood. He has the same face as Xenos. Crafting is fun for the sake of it, I think. Become chef. That's a great idea. Though not complete, you've gotten 4 relic weapons so far. Wow. Crafting Gathering gives you tons of access to the firmament in Ishgard, which is my favorite area. Okay. Oh, so you've an interest in modern history. Splendid. A thorough review of recent events can often yield novel perspectives. I quite agree. If you would prefer something visual to accompany the account, then I think I have an illustrated history book for children somewhere. Just a moment, and I'll fetch it for you. Listen here, you. Gonna look for about an hour. Gonna go watch the new episode of my show on Hulu. And Fred, we'll see you in a bit. And here we are. Would you like to pull up a chair? Make yourself more comfortable. On with the lesson then. History lesson! 100 years ago, or near enough not to matter, villains known as the Warriors of Light slew the Shadowkeeper, the Steward of Darkness. In the wake of this tainted deed, the light began to pour into the world as if from unseen cracks. It pooled and swelled without cease until the day an enormous, blinding wave rose up and swept across our star. We called this calamity the Flood of Light. Everything it touched was leached of life and vigor, leaving naught behind but a luminous wasteland. Interesting. Yet, just when it seemed that all would be lost, a savior appeared before us. This looks like Minfilia. The Oracle of Light. She stood twixt us and the approaching doom, and by her power did she stay the flood. Thus was Norvrant, and Norvrant alone, spared the fate of Eorzea. Tragedy would, however, arrive in another form. From the blasted emptiness descended horrors of strange and terrible aspect to bedevil the few folk who survived. These sin-eaters were light incarnate, and their fulgent presence stole the night from the Norvrant sky. Even now, they circle the remaining bastions of civilization, ever on the hunt for us, ever hungering for our flesh. Well, this is a bit backwards. The light can also be evil? Question mark? Warren doesn't judge. He's just like that. He's just kind of like that. He's a good being. Good book-saving being. And thus did the world become what it is. Should you ever wish to hear the tale again, I would be glad to retell it for you. Or if you would rather I speak of other matters, that too would be my pleasure. I should be glad of the company. The Flood of Light. Cool. Everything can be good or evil in 14. Truly fascinating. Hey, this person has on the new Halloween coat. I should have worn the new Halloween coat. How many Aethernuts am I missing? I think 3 more? Soon I shall freely travel. Actually, wait a second. Is it not faster to go from the shard? One brings shadow, one brings light. Very positive. Dun, 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 dun. What button do I have limit break on? That one, okay. Okay. I will remember this so I can press it. Oh no, it's on C9. It's on C9! I'm not gonna remember to press it. I'm gonna C9 lol. Favorite 14 streamer playing my favorite expansion. Today's gonna be a great day, Evelyn. Don't be so sweet to me. Come on. Fire can be good, fireplace's heat, or bad, forest fire, something like that. That makes sense. There must always be a darkness to balance the light. And so, in the Warriors of Light, banishing the darkness The world was thrown out of balance and into the flood of light. New to the city, friend. Spinning head and wide eyes give you away. Was this the first introduction of the Hrothgar? Like, they weren't in the game before this expansion, right? Anyways. Welcome. My name is Braggy, and I'm the master of these markets. They gave the district another official title, but I'm not in the habit of using it. Too florid by half. Yeah, it was the introduction. Gotcha. In any case, our merchants stock a wide range of equipment, so we should have something in your size. Forgive my asking, but you are a dwarf, yes? We don't get many of your lot coming down the mountain these days. I'm not a dwarf. I'm being bullied. I'm being bullied. Khajiit has wares if you have coin. Bro. I'm sorry, did you say dwarf? I'm gonna go with this one. You are, what do you mean? Something wrong? Let's see if we can straighten this out. See those two in front of us? The shorter one is a Hume, and the taller one is an elf. The sturdy individual over there is a Galgant. They have different names for all the races. Oh my god, I'm literally a dwarf in this star. Help! I'm literally a dwarf! Here is Hume, Galdant is Rogadin, Elf is Elizin. Oh my fuck. Whilst the one with horns is a Drawn. What did I miss? Just found out I'm a dwarf? That's all. I'm a dwarf. Oh, we also learned about the Flood of Light. And I made the observation that things should remain in balance. And the Amalja, large scaly chaps with long tails and a knack for raising livestock, that would be the Zun. So they're not the Amalja here, they're the Zun. Lalafels are dwarf. Also missing your beard. Dude, I wish you could give Lalafels like big like dwarf beards. I think it would be cute. Don't worry, it happens on more later on. There's some NPCs that call you children, so you'll be super dwarf child. Oh no. Amalja is Zun, yeah. Which is apparently not what you call them. Do the dwarves have different names for all the peoples of the world, or did you pick up the common tongue in some other far-flung region? Ah, the same as the Exarch then. Well, that explains it. You don't get much further flung than that. We've had a few of your lot pass through in recent years, and despite their obvious learning, they floundered over the simplest thing. Years? Wait, years? But not to worry. Should you find yourself confused by the local language or customs, I'm here to answer your questions. Years? Years. I think this is going to be a time flows differently here, fucking shenanigan, head hurt. Like, we're going to be gone. We're going to be in this expansion for, like, God, however long. And then we're going to get back and be like, you've been asleep for 10 minutes. What happened? You're awake. Oh, there goes my thing. My ear thing. Only problem with wearing a wig is wearing ear things. Earbuds. That's what they're called. They're going to be falling out all day. Yeah, he said years. Years, smiley face. You'll see. Oh, what if it's the reverse? What if we're in here for like what seems like a couple months, and meanwhile like 10 years have passed in the real world, and everything's different, and the moon's haunted. It's all over. It's all fucked. There's no, I don't believe for a second that time flows the same here as it does in our star. We'll continue to call it, because that's the verbiage I've seen used. They're not going to, Becky. They're going to continue to be vague and give smiley faces like they always do. If there's one thing I've learned about the community for 14 is nobody wants to spoil anything. I've had a close friend offer to mod just in case of spoilers. I'm like, dude, if nothing's happened yet, I think we're okay. It was mostly a joke, of course. I just took it as an opportunity to praise the community once again, because they're all sweet and amazing. I wouldn't say nobody, but a small percentage. Gotcha. Lakeland is now accessible as an Ethernet destination. Okay. Hello. That's why I didn't say which NPCs you call children. Winky face. Was amazed at how little I got spoiled on. It's incredible. Well, how did you fare? Did my colleagues help you form a clearer picture of this world and its people? Yeah, we have this, and we have this, and we have this. There you go. Yes, it seems you were treated to a most thorough introduction. I understand it was something of a chore, but it was necessary that you grasp these things before we proceed. As for the Crystal Tower's origin, you may have noted that details were sparse. The structure is, in fact, of the self-same one you know from the source, transported to the first in its entirety. It was my first attempt at breaching the boundaries between worlds, something of a trial run for your eventual crossing. And although I do not know which era I tore it from, I do know that its arrival served to set the wheels of fate in motion. I like that theme. I like that quest complete theme. Wait, it only gave me one thing? Bright linen cyclist of casting. Wait, that's kind of cute. I think I'm gonna leave it. That's kind of cute, actually. Hello? I rather enjoy it. We're gonna leave it. We're gonna leave it. I like it. Chaos is striking. Have you declared him Crystal Boyfriend yet? We haven't seen his face, though he is a sweet beanie, Zagi. We did call him Daddy Heidelin in a past moment. You've done as I requested and learned something of the world in which you find yourself. Now it's time I fulfilled my half of the bargain and explained what has befallen your comrades. That is a conversation I would rather have in the privacy of my quarters. However, I must go on ahead to the tower and organize a few things, but I shall see that the guards know to admit you. The tower's gate lies open, then? Well, yes, of course. It can be opened and closed just like any other. Does that seem strange to you? I know not how the tower functioned in your time, but I assure you there is no danger of us being locked inside. All right, somebody regale me. Somebody regale me on why we closed off the Crystal Tower and why Graha sealed himself in. Because I should know this, but it was so long ago that I don't have memory. It was so long ago and it was a blur doing the Crystal Tower questline. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. As spoiler, it would be dangerous to the world or something. That's what I remember. It was like, it wasn't good. It wasn't good, and the Garleans wanted it, right? Rando, I love you. That is exactly why. To keep Allegan tech out of the hands of evil. That was why. Yep. To prevent people using it for evil. Thank you. So they sealed it off. Ah, you found me. Wait, is this you? You found me in game and followed. Wait, is this you right here? There's no way. There's no way. Yeah. Hi, good to see you. Welcome in. I think you're the first instance of someone like stumbling upon me in game and following me. That's hilarious. Welcome in, welcome in. If I remember correctly, so the Allegan tech couldn't continue to be used. Yes, because Allegan tech very dangerous, as we learned with, what did they call it? Was it Omega? I think it was Omega. Who's still question mark at large? We'll find out. Enter Crystal Tower, yes please. Rip Golsov. Yeah, and they didn't want to destroy the tech, but they didn't want evil to use it. Right. And so Graha was like, I will suffer. Doing a third playthrough of Shadowbringers! Are you enjoying it? It's my first time.
Welcome to the Ocular, my private study. We can speak here without fear of being overheard.
Okay. Omega has been found at this point. You just didn't do the side quest. Fuck, man. Okay. I'm gonna start doing some side quests, guys.
I have much to explain.
Go start doing some side quests.
Which I must touch upon in doing so would cause only distress and confusion to the people of this world. Pray keep that in mind.
Oh, secrecy.
Now, I am sure you are desperate to know the fate of your fellow scions.
Yes, immensely.
To put it simply, they are here in the first.
Okay.
Their arrival, however, was not as recent as you may imagine. Here, time flows at a different pace
God
from that
fucking
of the source.
damn it, I said this! Okay, so time flows faster here. That's why they said years. That there have been strangers coming over the years, so time moves faster here. Confirmed. Omega's the raid series that I didn't do? Fuck. Okay, here's the deal, you guys. Here's the deal. We're gonna get a little bit into Shadowbringers. Whenever we hit a particularly devastating moment, maybe we go back and do some raids. Do some of the raid content that I didn't do. And experience more of the content that I'm so clearly missing, and I'm not happy about it. But we'll revisit it. Deal?
In the space of a single hour
Deal.
in your home
That's what we're doing.
world, an entire year might pass in the first.
The mega raids are fun
And the
too?
reverse
Hell yeah.
could also be true. The pace fluctuates without rhyme or reason, and it cannot be predicted. That said, we seem to be entering a period of near equivalence.
Oh my
And
gosh.
thus, at the moment, you need not overly concern yourself with the passage of time.
Hello? Hello? You'll do the raids with me? Let's go. I love grouping up. I love grouping up for it. Hello, raiders. Hi, Bree. Hi, Mad Slayer. Hello, guys. Welcome in. Hi, Sable Queen. How you guys doing? Welcome in, welcome in. If it's your first time meeting me, my name is Terra. I'm a variety streamer. I usually stream 4 days a week with horror streams. We'll do chill or drinking streams and everything in between. Right now, so hyper fixated on Final Fantasy XIV. Most of you know this, as Slayer has raided us a handful of times while we're playing 14. I love this fucking game so much. Welcome in, you guys. Welcome in. How was stream? What were you doing? I don't think I have active mods. Let me give you proper shout outs with my hands. For Mad Slayer Expo. What were you up to? Call to the Lamb! And I missed it. Bro, I'm upset. How was Call to the Lamb? Guys, follow the bean. Press the heart. Slayer is fantastic vibes. They do wood burning art. They do like every mega variety. Every kind of game I've seen them play. And I've seen them play shooters, Call to the Lamb, like everything. All the things. And I adore their vibes. I adore their vibes very, very much. So please to follow them. They're great. I approve of the Skelly hand emotes. There's a Halloween event in Cult of the Lamb? Stop. 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 I only have 3 streams this week. I don't have, I can't fit it in. No. My heart. What is it? Is it big? Is it amazing? Is it cool? Blood Moon? Oh, Blood Moon. Blood Moon Festival? I have envy. I didn't know they were going to be doing like seasonal events in that game. Bump those numbers up then. Last week I streamed 6 days out of 7, and then my partner was like, "Hey, can you take a day off so we can like spend a day together?" I was like, "Okay," because he missed me. It's going till November 10th. Okay, that is actually more comforting. I can maybe dip my toes in there during some time. He felt so bad too. He was like, I know it's October and usually you stream on Fridays, but we're celebrating something on Friday and I want you to take that off. I was like, okay. I was like, okay, I will. Sweet Spess, yeah. Spess is also the reason why I'm slowly bumping up my schedule so we can get a couple hours each night just together. Just to like watch a show or something like that towards the end of the evening. Because as it currently stands with my old schedule, I would end stream and he'd already be asleep. And I'm like, we must share Terra with him. He deserves Terra time. Absolutely. Okay. Boop.
As for your companions, however, Y'shtola and Eorzea have dwelled here
Oh.
for 3 winters, all told.
3
While
winters.
Franklin's count stands at 5.
Okay. So in the grand scheme of things, let's say if we were doing the patch content as we should have been, this maybe would have happened over the course of a few months, ? Whereas the first one to go was Thancred, and he's been here 5 years, or 5 winters, as they say. So time really fucky here. Time very fast here. So that's a bit reassuring for whenever we go back to our world, because then we won't have been gone actually that long. Phew. Oh my god, I hate creepers, EJ. I hate creepers in Minecraft so much. There absolutely is! !Discord, and you can get the link for it. Boop. I just want to say thank you again so much before we dive fully back into the story. Mad Slayer, I love you so much. Thank you for all the raids. You raid me so often and it makes my heart so full. You have so many humans to raid on this platform, so many amazing ones, and you choose me so often, and my heart. I cry. I cry. It's so sweet of you. Okay, diving back into story. I love your face, dude. I love your face.
Even our more recent arrivals, Alphino and Alize, have lived in the First for almost a year.
Oh my god. They're gonna miss me so much.
My intention had been to summon only you.
Oh.
But the art of reaching across worlds has proven exceedingly difficult.
Kept grabbing
to
the wrong
master.
people.
Thus it was that my fumbling hand closed upon those to whom your fate is most closely bound as well.
He grabbed the wrong... Bro! Okay, I feel kind of bad. Imagine being the Crystal Exarch and be like, okay, I need the Warrior of Light. I need him. Huh, who the fuck are you? Wrong one. Huh, who the fuck are you? Like, repeat 5 times, taking my whole party. And then the last one he grabs is me, like, fuck, I would be furious. Thancred 5 years older than before, so he truly is daddy? Let's go, Daddy Thancred. Honestly, Crystal Exarch is a mood.
As they were not the object of my summons, their transference was incomplete.
Do we get more?
Though they may appear to possess corporeal bodies, they are in truth merely spirits that one can see and touch.
Oh. More nude Thancred. Honestly, I'm not complaining. They've been giving us a lot of naked Thancred.
Consequently, while you yourself will be able to pass between worlds with relative freedom, they will not. Much as it grieves me, they are stranded here, unable to return.
Wait. So the oh my god. So the implication then is that we didn't fall unconscious. I think our whole body got yoinked through the ether to get here, whereas they're asleep in the real world. So I think in the real world, well, I don't know if I should call it the real world, but in our world, I think they're still asleep and their souls got yoinked, right? Whereas I think our entire ass body got yoinked. He yoinked you pretty good, yeah. He yoinked our whole, what is this? Love you. Guys, I'm truly ready for today's stream, just saying. I'm truly ready. We're good. I phoned Spess, I was like, can you get me some tissues? He was like, okay. Cause there's a very high chance I'm gonna bawl today. So we have tissues, we will survive. Spess is bestest boy. He's so good to me. The source, yeah, we got fully yoinked to the source. I don't think our body is there, and they're like, oh my god, where's the Warrior of Light? And every 5 minutes where I'm not on screen, they should be asking, where's the Warrior of Light? Because that's what they're doing in our world. Spess is best, he is. Whew, okay, we go in. So, they're theoretically here, where we are actually here, is what I understand of this. I love our little coat, dude, it's so cute. Then find a way to send them back. Ah, that seems so aggressive. What have they been doing? They saw us get like yoinked through the source, yeah. Tataru knows you're left.
Waking hour searching for a way to
Was it
reverse the summoning.
Just Tataru that we were with when we got yoinked? In the beginning.
As you may have surmised, however, our efforts met with little success. And then we all but abandoned the endeavor once Eorzea shared with us the vision he had witnessed during his journey through the rift.
Okay.
In that chaotic no man's land between realms, time and space warp and blend in unexpected ways. What Eorzea saw was the future. That which would one day come to pass.
And we saw the past. I don't think we saw any like future bits. I think it was all our past experiences. I love that I paused my own playing because I'm a sucker for first timers in 14. Let's go. Bitch, be aggressive. They can't go back. Tataru, Biggs, and Wedge. Right. Thank you. Okay. God, streaming 14 only on Tuesdays and Thursdays it's been so jarring to come back to. We have to figure something out. We have to figure something out, you guys. We have to squeeze in one more day somehow. Lurk, need noms. Slayer, absolutely. Go unwind, eat food, drink water. Love you. I love your face so much, dude. Enjoy, relax. That post-stream relax.
Tomorrow, the first was rejoined with the source.
Okay. That's not a good thing.
This collision of worlds brought about the 8th umbral calamity and the deaths of countless multitudes.
Oh, Jesus.
Amongst those who perished, Eorzea clearly saw the fall of the Scion's mightiest champion. He watched you die.
Bro!
And thus did the Scions embrace their exile, and began searching this world for a means to forestall the coming catastrophe in yours.
No!
Their souls are stranded in the first, yes, but they have fought on, desperate to save their home
That's
and
so
you
sad.
from destruction. Nor have their efforts been in vain, for it was they who finally established that the elimination of the Sin Eaters will indeed serve to prevent the calamity.
Okay. But where did the Sin Eaters come
Considering
from?
the circumstances of our meeting, you would be forgiven for doubting my version of events. And so, before all else, I would suggest you track down your comrades and hear the tale from their lips.
I would love to.
I shall of course be happy to assist in these reunions, and you need not make any decisions regarding your involvement until you are certain of where you stand. Meanwhile, I promise
he's a
I
good
will
dude.
not rest until I have found a way to help your friends return home.
I like him. I like him a lot.
What
He
say
could
you?
do. Honestly, super
Have I
fair
ever
and
trust for the
reasonable.
moment, at
Even
least?
to the point where he's like, honestly, I wouldn't be upset if you're currently doubting me, given that you've just been yoinked in here against your will. And yes, I did finally do my adventure play jelly. Difference between being small and tall in this cutscene is jarring to my brain. So we had the funniest moment with Asahi in Stormblood, Undead Bun, to the point where when he's like intimidating you, he like fully leans down. He like crunches down to like get in your face, and it's so funny looking. Just an FYI, this was the expansion where they introduced trusts, so you may want to run the dungeons with NPCs as they will have bonus dialogue. I will. Oh, absolutely love it. Went from Gladiator, don't want to go back. Probably gonna work to Sage next. Wait, what did you pick up, Charon? Oh, Gunbreaker. Trust her so damn slow though. Is it something I want to grind over time then? Maybe not necessarily on stream? I'm a Vieira, so it's the exact opposite of him. Yeah. Tara, I talk about you a lot, often to my mom since I live at home. She was what I'm doing, watching Tara, and Holiday was like, record this. I said I'll get an invite to show Tara's server. EJ, that's so cute. To make us like fully a part of your life is good community. I like you guys a lot. I'm really special. I'm really special. I feel really special in that you've all kind of gravitated around this community. It means the tanks don't pull wall to wall. I just did this cutscene at my max height bunny, so XR has to look up, cranking his neck just to see you. Do them when and if you feel okay. Leveling trust you'll want to do off stream. Gotcha. Trust let you go through the dungeons for story solo, but slower than doing with normal group. Not wall to wall. Got it. Unlucky. Be prepared for new player style to show. Gotcha. I say aye, but I'll see you keep that promise.
Excellent. You will not regret this. With that settled, we shall have to see about getting you ready for the road. Traveling across the rift has no doubt left you weary. I will arrange for a room where you might rest in comfort. While it's being prepared, perhaps I can show you around.
Sure. You like the dungeons with the NPCs, especially your loves? Feels more immersive too. You don't need to level them to do the story mode of dungeon. You could just do them regardless. But for doing the dungeon once at a slower pace with extra dialogue for story reasons is worth it in my opinion. Gotcha. You always remind me to move my chat. It's usually you, Jolly. Boop. Jolly has come to claim my soul's extended warranty, and it's just reminding me to move my chat to cover up the naughty whispers, as it were. The Crucerium boasts a number of residential districts. I have been informed that a room has just been available at the Pendants, which as it turns out is perfect. Our path there will take us past the markets, and I was hoping to give you my own introduction to their wares. Come along. Wait, I didn't know it was Umbrella. Wait, is it Umbrella time? Here we go. It's Umbrella time. Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Usually I have like a small little entourage following me around. You can absolutely be part of the entourage. You're always traveling with them, so it kind of works with the story. Ooh. Social friendships? That says fellowships, not friendships. Friendly. More friend! Respond, accept. Wait, your bun is so cute. I love the blue highlights. Because I also have blue highlights. I just went with white base. I was very close to picking black base as my hair. So it's nice to see it. You love to see it. Basically at the next dungeon, you'll get the option to do it with the NPCs that fit with the story or to queue like normal with other players. Got it. So doing it with the NPCs is better off stream, is what Izagi said, and just like carry on as we are with our little groups that we build up. Blue highlight homies. Yes. Okay, let's go. 2 Vieras, 2 Lelas, and a Destiny. It's romantic, really. Oh wait, the NPCs for story trusts aren't necessarily the same as the trust system that levels up. Am I gonna get like a tutorial about this trust system? Because I'm confused. Oh, you were saying that for story reasons you may want to do the NPC run on stream. I see. Okay, okay, okay. I'm down for that. If they'll have extra dialogue while doing it, then yeah. They call it duty support. That's the one you'll likely want to do on stream. Gotcha. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I love his like kilt that he's got going on, or jacket.
This is the Musica Universalis, the commercial heart of the Crystarium. What you might need to prepare for your journeys can be purchased here.
Okay.
Ah, yes. You must be curious about the currency. Fear not. The gil you carry will serve you well enough. Each nation once minted its own coins, but 'twas all a jumbled mess following the flood. After much debate, the local merchants eventually elected to revert to the old ways, wherein a coin's value was decided by the worth of its metal. As for a unit of measurement, we agreed upon the term gil, a word borrowed from coins uncovered within the Crystal Tower here.
What? Hang on a second. What? Wait a minute. We agreed upon the term gil. Let me just go off on my theory. I know it's not Catboy. Okay, I know it's not Catboy, but the fact that it looks like Graha, like Graha's mouth, and I'm working under the theory that somehow it is Graha, okay? He comes from our world through the Crystal Tower, right? Somehow he ends up over here, and then he's helping them. And then he's also like, I don't like all your messy monies. Let's just call it all gil, smiley face. Like,
and as our traders peddled their wares across the land, so too did our usage of gil become common practice.
Sloppy.
Sloppy indeed.
From what your stola tells me, a standard coin from the source equates to exactly 1 gil here, or near enough not to matter.
Gotcha, okay, okay.
Our way of life has benefited greatly from the artifacts we recovered from the tower.
Do I not have water? Oh shit, you guys. I don't have water. After this cutscene, I'm gonna go get water.
Some of which may be familiar to you.
Tablets? Oh, those aren't tablets. Those are phones. Is that the new iPhone? What's the newest iPhone? 14? 37? Is that the new iPhone 37? Those are Allegan tombstones. Oh. Yeah, of course. Of course, yeah,
but
I knew that.
I fear it would not be practical for us to provide everything to which you are accustomed. You shall need a means to access the commodities of your home world. Avan Kerm Sin?
Huh?
Yes, I'm here. Of course I'm here. What amusements do you have for me today?
My dear
We are the Winks. We are the Winks.
Paragon of pixie kind. For you, I have the most vital task.
Yo, you guys didn't tell me. They did a crossover with the Winks Club. Wow, so exciting for me. Wow, so exciting. I love them. Same. By the way, Tara, don't you have the slash? Oh, I don't think I do. I don't think I do, Kyo. It's probably something from a side quest that I missed. I bet you. My dear, I missed the pronunciation. It was probably Fio Ul. Paragon of Pixie Kind, for you have the most vital task.
This fine gentleman is a friend from a distant realm. And we have need of a means to ferry things back and forth from his home. Might you be able to assist us in this matter?
They're fantastic.
You came from beyond, didn't you? From beyond the rift. How wonderfully exciting. What a brave and reckless and marvelous thing you did. You've the heart of a pixie, you do.
I love them so much. Wonderful of branches? Oh, the most wonderful of branches. Don't understand the reference. Feel it will sound so weird for you after hearing Japanese all the time. Oh, it's not a side quest, just the 14 mobile app. I don't think I have the 14 mobile app.
After careful consideration, I have decided to grant you my assistance. Make a pact with me and the fun can begin.
Absolutely. I need to cosplay them full send.
But answer me this, traveler. Did your garments come with you when you crossed over?
Yes.
Your teeth? Your nails?
My teeth? I'm sorry, what? Yes?
Just as I thought. Then you've a good stout connection with your home through which all your belongings, great and small, may easily pass.
Does that mean Thancred came over with no teeth and nails? Because that's a very upsetting mental image.
From this moment forth, I will be your Isnefis, and you my Snayak. Like the branch which sprouts from the sapling, our bond will flow unbroken from one to the other.
They're so cute. I will be your beautiful branch. Yes, actually. Poor Thancred.
Raise your hand. Tis done. We are bound now, dearest sapling.
Sapling?
Make your request. Tell me your desire. I wish to visit this world of yours.
Mayhap her message to your friends in the source to inform them of your safe arrival.
Send a message to Tataru. Send a message to Tataru. I hate that they made me pick between Kryl and Tataru, but like, yeah, she's your retainer here. Got you.
Emotional damage.
Not 10 minutes outside of Tataru's supervision, you're making Fae packs. It's fine. A Fae pack has never gone wrong in any situation ever. I should make a shirt that says something like Little Sapling in Fae's silhouette. That yes, that would be so good. Dude, Tataru's gonna shit. Maybe I should have sent it to Kryl.
As you heard, that was Feo Ul of the Pixies. Their kind possess an affinity for magic akin to that of arcane beings.
Feo Ul. I think Feo Ul is they them pronouns. I hope so. That brings me joy.
They
Make
rarely
feedback
show
to me, nothing will
themselves
go
in
wrong. It's
populated
fine.
areas, but Feo is insatiably curious even by pixie standards, and seems to have taken a liking to the crystarium. Right, we were going to organize a room for you, weren't we? Come along.
All pixies are they them pronouns. Let's go. Does that mean also scholars, Eos and oh god, what's the other one? Are they pixies? What the scholars summon? Eos and Serene? Celine? I don't remember. No, they're not. Oh, there's something different, eh? I promise I'll only get us in trouble 20% of the time. That is a like a negligible amount. That's understandable. Exarch just confirmed his dialogue by saying they and then also using the name as well. I feel like my scholar fairy was a she. Eos Celine, yeah. So they're not the same. As a result of your pact with Feo Ul, you now have access to delivery Moogles, market boards, and summoning bells while in the first. Thanks, Feo. We have to go to the pendants. Pew. I love when you guys position yourselves along my quest path. Ah, there you are. I was just finalizing the matter of your accommodation. You'll have a private room here at the Pendants for the duration of your stay, to make use of as you see fit. When you are ready to retire, the manager will show you to your lodgings. Pray rest and recuperate, and we shall reconvene in the ocular anon. I believe that covers all the practical concerns. Thank you for answering my call, sir. We are denied the comforting blanket of night, but may peaceful dreams attend you nonetheless. So what they're saying is the Crystarium is the perfect place for G-pose unless you're looking for a nighttime scene, in which case, oof. I want to see the room. I want to see the room. Now Terra has a Scottish pixie attached to them. Yes. Oh, I'm supposed to go get water. I'm so thirsty. Woo! Although that looks like a bitch to close. You?
You?
Bro, what is the Warrior of Darkness?
I know you. You're the warrior of light from the source.
Yeah. What is he doing here?
What? Did you just... You can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, gods, how long has it been? That was what I called myself in your world. The Warrior of Darkness. My real name is Ardbert.
Ardbert.
I used an alias in the source. A daft one, looking back. If you recall my tale, it was my comrades and I who caused the flood.
Yeah.
We thought our home doomed. And so we listened to the Ascians. Let them guide us to the source. And tried to hasten their goddamned ardor.
Ardbert, our beloved. He was tricked.
I remember when we fell. Defeated by you and yours. I remember our audience with Minfilia. How she listened to our pleas and returned our souls to the first. The flood was poised to swallow Norvrant. Minfilia and my friends, they surrendered what little they had left to hold it back.
Aww.
Just faded away. Leaving me to bear witness.
The alias was Ardbert, not Ardbert. He left out a D. He used the alias Ardbert in the source, if you don't recall. I couldn't remember his name, no. I thought it was like Nick or something. I actually fully forgot. He's about as good at making up names as I am. Nods sagely. In this house, we all love and cherish Ardbert. I do too. If you were here when I was experiencing like the Warrior of Darkness's like backstory, I was like, oh no, I feel really bad for them. They were just confused antagonists.
Do you know the year? How much time has passed since we caused the flood?
I think they said at least 100.
Years. 100 long years.
Aw. Him a ghost.
My hands find no purchase My gestures catch no eye, and my pleas, be they whispered or screamed, reach not a single ear. I am a shade, cursed to do naught but drift. I feel as if I've been walking forever. I hardly noticed when my mind and body began to fray at the edges. Then bang! My senses were sharp again. I felt like a fish being reeled in, and before I knew it, I found myself in this room.
I wonder if he was drawn to us. Ardbert is an old young man. Yes, exactly.
Why is it that you can see me? What are you even doing here, come to that? You were summoned to save the first.
Kind of feels like a slap in the face.
A waste of time. This world is beyond saving, like those who try to save it.
Aww. Ardbert is such a good guy when he isn't the Warrior of Darkness. I like his character a lot. Literally, I liked his character from the moment they
Muddled as
revealed
my
the
mind
backstory.
may be, I've not forgotten that. But if fate has brought me to you, the one person in this God's forsaken world who can see and hear me, then perhaps there is a reason I endured. If I can find out why I was left behind, then maybe I can bring this journey of mine to an end. Well, I'll be watching, Warrior of Light.
Dude.
But do me a favor. Be careful out there. This world has had its fill of heroes.
Yeah, it makes sense. Dude, literally, he could be our international super spy. Nobody else can see or hear him, but he can still observe. And we can understand him, like we can hear him. So he just goes around, collects information, comes back. Hey, this is what I saw. Boom. Now you're helping save your world. Hello? Easy stonks. Easy stonks. Sable, thanks so much for the lurk. Had to call Mist Feo Ul, but made it for your ghost boyfriend. I love him. I want to see him happy. I want to see him smile when we save the first. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I want. I've decided my journey in Shadowbringers is to make Ardbert smile. I can fix him. I can fix him, damn it. And fix him I shall. Ardbert is great. I love him. Bum 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 bum. Woo! Oh, I need water. I need water, gamers. Everybody get up and go get water. Maybe stretch also, if you have not yet today. We're gonna stop right outside the Crystarium Gatekeep, and we're all gonna go get water. We're all going to stretch and move our bodies a little bit, and then we're all gonna drink water, because I didn't fill up my water.
Sloppy.
I didn't fill up my water before I started stream, which is very sloppy, genuinely. I'll be right back. God. I have crabs. I'd like to give you crabs. For dinner.
For dinner.
For dinner, guys. For dinner. For dinner. For thee, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Hi everyone. Welcome to my stream. I did the thing. This is gonna suck. Can we not talk about that? Can we?
It's just like yours.
Hold your fruit, guys.
My own sister.
Nobody's holding me. No, no, oh my God. I was just frozen just looking at her. I can do a deeper voice. Hang on. Wait, hang on. Nothing came out. Hang on, nothing's coming out. I'm trying to do the deepest voice that I can to be absolute daddy voice. Hang on. I can't, nothing's coming out. Nothing's coming out. I'm just breathing. I'm I'm just exhaling. There's no voice. Okay, I can't daddy for you. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm back. And I have water. And I'm going to drink. Refreshing. All right, let's dive in. You okay? You okay over there? Master Sir, the Exarch awaits you within. Pew. That's a goofy dance. Can I finally see your face? Can I know who you are? Please, I need this.
You're my superstar.
Funky? Funky?
How did you find your new quarters? I trust you were able to rest.
With the fresh, organic, cruelty-free, homegrown tier 1 sub. Hello, Funky. That means a lot. Thank you for the tier 1, you beautiful soul. Instructions unclear. Got coffee instead. Izaki, get a little bit of water with that. Come on. Water replenished. Let's go. Wow, Terra asking to see someone's face, not even on the first date. Listen, Jolly, this is second date at least. 1.5.
Am I wild?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spaz, I love you so much. Stop T3 subbing to me. God damn it. Okay. How are you supposed to buy me dinner if you're T3 subbing to me? Hello? Hello, sir? Love you. It's caffeinated bean water. False. Well, correct, actually. But it's a diuretic and it dehydrates you. Drink some water. He's shy. Oh, actually, yeah. Maybe we're crossing a line and demanding to see their face. Let's allow them their anonymity. Let's go. Woo. You have more friends on Ether character than you do your main character. Jolly. That just shows the strength of this community. Well enough, thank you. Oh, I should have told him the ghostly visitor. No, you know what? I'm gonna keep my secrets. Coffee is a soup.
That is good to
Stop.
hear. Should you want for anything, pray let me know. Now, let us return to the subject of the Scion's whereabouts.
Where are my friends? Where are my friends? I want to see my friends.
This map shows the lands of Northrend.
Oh,
the
it's
only
huge.
area to be spared the flood of light.
Dude, it's like a crystallized wall of light all around the edges. That's so cool. That's
The
so cool.
Crystarium is here, in the region known as Lakeland.
French vanilla latte is a 3-bean soup. You did not.
To the north is the fairy kingdom of Il-Meg.
Il-Meg.
That is where you'll find Eorzea.
Eorzea!
To the east lies the once prosperous civilization of Rak-Tika. Your Stola is stationed there. in the heart
Stola.
of the forest.
Don't make me choose which one to go to first. Don't. Shoehorn me one direction.
Alas, neither location can be reached without considerable difficulty.
Okay.
As such, I would suggest you first seek out one of the twins, each of whom is stationed but a short flight from the Crystarium.
Okay.
Alphino is on Calusia, an island off the western shore. It is home to a city called Yulmore, where the rich and privileged while away their days in idleness.
Ew.
For his part in furthering our cause, Alphino journeyed there to meet with the citizenry and forge alliances. From what I hear, he has since kept himself busy gathering information around the main settlement.
In true Alphino fashion.
Alize, meanwhile, traveled south to the arid wastes of Armareng.
Armareng.
They lie upon the very edge of the inhabitable world, where the flood of light was halted. Those who dwell there live in constant fear of attack by the Sin-Eaters.
Oh, Jesus.
In contrast to her brother, Alize felt that her energies would better be spent learning about the enemy, and thus she sells her services as a guard, both to hone her skills and gather information on her foe.
If they make me pick one of 4 directions to go in, I'm gonna cry and scream and throw out. Throw out? Throw up. Please just shove me in one direction. Don't make me pick.
So, will it be Calicia or Armareng? It matters not which you choose to visit first.
You fucker.
Simply inform me once you've made your decision.
You
And
fucker!
I will see to it that you are provided with a suitable mount.
You're a fuck. You're fucked in the head. How can you make me pick one?
Ah, But you must be wondering about Thancred.
He's a fuck.
He has taken up with a new companion and is presently engaged as a wandering hunter of sin eaters.
Wait, he's taken up with a new companion.
Being ever on the move, his whereabouts are often difficult to ascertain.
Right.
Right. Cross ere long.
They did this last time, Funky, too, when we started Stormblood. You suggest Alize first, but Alfie, my boy, do you not see how I'm dressed? But maybe Alize. I assume you have a good reason to suggest Alize first over Alfie. But Alize, I love them both. I love them both. Does he have a partner? I'm thinking it might be what we saw in the trailer. And I'm, in fact, hoping it's what we saw in the trailer in forms of his new companion. Time to put on some new pants. Hopefully they look also nice. Eh. I mean, the boots are overpowering, so it doesn't matter what the pants look like. Dude, these boots are so good. They're nice boots. You did Alphino first? Flip a coin? Oh, I won't need to flip a coin. I chose Alize not because I preferred her over Alphino, but because we promised her that we would not leave her. Jolly, you've sold me. You've sold me. You've sold me. I think we're gonna go Alize first. You have absolutely sold me. Under normal circumstances, I would choose Alphino, but given the current circumstances. Ready to depart for Amarang? Alize will be overjoyed to see you safe. I know she was particularly concerned for your well-being. She impressed upon me how regrettable the timing of her summoning was, repeatedly. Yeah, we're going to Alize. I only hope that my part in sending you to her will garner some measure of forgiveness. Here, take this letter of introduction addressed to a man named Cassard, the master of a merchant caravan. There are few who know the ways of the desert as well as he does. Find him at the Amaro launch and he will see that you reach your destination. Can I? No, I'm gonna wait. I think I can pick up both quests right now if I wanted to, but my pea brain is gonna get confused. So we're just gonna keep one at a time. Like Evelyn said, it'll flow for story better. Gotcha. So we're supposed to go to the upper area. It does make more sense given the circumstances of our separation that we should go see Alize first. If you've come looking for work, I might have a spot for another guard. No, I have this. I have this. I didn't get a Morrow lunch, now I'm lost. Crystarium, how dare? Oh, a friend of the Exarch. Hoping to meet someone in Amarang, are you? Then I shall be your guide. I was about to set off for our outpost there, as a matter of fact, so we might as well leave right away. Assuming you have everything you need? Yeah, let's go. Oh, let's go. Oh, get the etherite. Get the etherite. Go do it. We made that promise and I wanted to keep it. Yeah, I like it. It's all the convincing that I needed to do Alize first. All right, then off to the Unforgiving Sands we go. You can now travel to Amarang, speak with the adroit Amaro Tamer to fly to the desert. You can also use your ether compass to assist in etherites. Okay, or ether currents, not etherites. For ether currents. Not Terrazala breaking its neck.
From this parched earth, the nation of Nabath, Arang once rose. When I journeyed here, long ago, I spoke with a sun-weathered elder. He told me Amarang meant majestic land in the language of his people. And so it might still be. Were it not for the light's unrelenting onslaught.
You timed it and got the voice acting in sync. I love that. This is lo-fi desert beats to chill / relax to, honestly. Oof. No matter how many times I come here, the heat never fails to catch me off guard. Don't be surprised if the temperature drops at night though. The sky is still bright, of course, but it gets brisk enough to make you shiver. Now, the Exarch's letter said I was to take you to the inn at Journey's Head, which is where this Alize friend of yours is staying. But that's a fair old distance, so I propose we make a stop in Mord-Sook to break up the trek, allowing me to attend some business, and you to enjoy the local hospitality. Sound good? Good. All right, you lot, I'm off, and I better not see the goods covered in sand when I get back. Right, we head southwest, straight as an arrow. Are you doting on other people, Jolly? The audacity. What in the little pangolin armadillo looking ass? Oh, it's literally an armadillo. Oh, it's aggressive. It's very cute though. What is this? Giga Tender. Oh my god. Dude, the creatures here are so cool. Legally distinct sand slash it is. Thick cactuar. Dude, that's cool. I love your frog so much, so precious. Thank you. Is it the little hat and the little staff? I think it's the little hat and the little staff. Stop here a moment. This is your first time to Amarang, is it not? Did you not hear the cutscene when we entered the zone? Obviously, it's our first time here. Before you cross the River of Sand, you need to turn around and feast your eyes on that. What's that? Oh. Hey. Hey, Giga Tender. Rude, first of all. The Gigatenders try to do the cactuar pose and lose their balance. That's so cute. They built them big, didn't they? That's Kasser. Oh, I'm gonna butcher that. That's a fortress meant to protect the northern reaches of Nabath-Arang. Seeing what was left behind, I believe it when they said it was once one of Norvant's mightiest nations. At least until the flood came along. Great chunks of Nabath-Arang's lands were lost to the light, its great city included. The few who survived didn't see much point in staying. Most of them, anyway. No, not many choose to come here these days, not with everything in ruins. Even that hulking great fortress has become little more than an Amaro roost for me and my caravan. But not everywhere is it as deserted as this place. Just wait until you see Mord-Sook. The Giga Chicken Tenders. Why are you like this? Why are you like this? That's all I'm gonna think of now. Let's press on, shall we? What if I wanted like 10 minions following me at one time? I wish you could. Or at least like 2. It'd be cute if you could have 2, because then like the minions that interact with each other, you could have both of them out. Is that a massive ribcage with like webbing? Hang on. I know that's where we're meant to go, but the explorer in me, the Dora explorer in me must know what this is. Hey, hey, mind your business. I'm exploring over here. Weird. Why is it like this? Dude, I want to build a Minecraft base in here. I want to build a base in the ribcage. It's got shade. It's nice. You can put minions out on your island. Even more reason to rush to Endwalker. Boop. Here we are, Mord-Sook. By the blessed shadow, I love this town. Mord Souk, not just full of Mord, but Humes and all manner of others too. It has long been a refuge for folk displaced by the flood, so the population is nothing if not diverse. Oh, have you met a Mord before? They might look like shifty little blighters, but a more welcoming lot could you never trust. Oh, they're the kobolds or goblins. I can't remember which ones they're called in the other world. Speaking of which, we should pay our respect to Master Gengen. I'll go ahead and let him know we've arrived. Kobolds, thank you. Kobolds! Hello. Your face is kind of creepy, but you are cute. Even though you're a little bit creepy. Like just a little bit. Like just a small bit. A small bit creepy. Are you a chocobo, Path? Yes. Your weapon is now red around the edge. Is that the relic you've been working on? Chocobo? No, this is Amaro. It's always going to be Chocobo Porters in my heart, no matter where we go. Hi, Gengen. Oh my gosh, I don't know how to click. Sure, Jolly. Man, it must be really easy for them to floss with their teeth like that spaced out. That's a kobold. So this is a Mord.
Master Gengen, this is the friend of the Exarch I was telling you about.
Very good, very good. Though friend or no, all are welcome in Mord Souk.
Souk is Mordish for city. As things stand, this souk boasts the largest and busiest marketplace in all Armorang.
Damn.
You'll find ore from the mines here, of course, but all manner of other things too, many of them rare. As I told you before, not many visit Armorang by choice, but Mord Souk's a different story. Merchants come from miles around to purchase the relics the Mord dig up.
Aye, that they do. For Mord do not dismiss the spoils of the earth. We clean them and polish them and reveal to the world their true value.
This voice acting from this
That
Mord.
is why they come here, come from far
His voice is so
away,
delightful,
come
yeah.
with much money. And so our souk is always busy, busy, busy. No such thing as a thing no one needs.
You say that every time, Master Gengen. Some sort of family motto, wasn't it? Or perhaps a Mord philosophy, for which we should all be very grateful. Would that everyone was so willing to take in refugees regardless of race or creed.
I was gonna say, it feels like this star in the face of this flood of light kind of like pulled it together. I don't see any need for summoning primals.
If you
in this
intend to
world.
spend any time here, you'll want to gain the trust of the locals. And there's a little custom all newcomers are expected to observe.
Okay.
The cracking of the coin purse. You buy one thing from the market. Price can be low or high, just as long as you buy.
What? Hey, you come to our
As
city,
the
you
good
have to
Lord
buy
says.
something.
In fact, the Exarch sent a little something to cover this very expense.
Oh, okay, cool.
A Verbert gold piece, no less. The first I've held in years.
Verbert gold? Real Verbert gold?
Oh, Jesus.
Here, newcomer, crack your coin purse with me.
Oh no, you want my goods, newcomer? I have jars and pots,
Ooh,
all
jars and
smooth
pots.
shiny.
Over here!
Come and look.
You buy?
Jesus Christ.
Enough of that! Calm, I say!
Something about not summoning primals in the worst? What? Well, because most of the primal summonings were done by the beast tribes, right? But in this world, so far, almost all the beast tribes have been chill and like part of the society. So in the face of this calamity, they're like, well, let's relax.
Nothing bulky, nothing heavy, no pots. Nothing better for the road than a full belly. Spend that piece at Ronron's place, yes? Eat for 3 before you leave.
The only one that didn't rush up to us. Poncho! I have that poncho. I need to fix my glam with the poncho. Actually, I think my sage glam is that poncho, isn't it? Update gear set. Gear set, sage? Yeah, it is the little poncho with the little paperboy hat. He's so cute. He's so cute. Hi, Becca! So this is the first tier of relic for Dark Knights. Even that looks really nice. I like the subtle glow in it. I know it's gonna become really loud whenever you decide to finish it, but like, for now, it's nice. You really want a poncho in the desert? I mean, isn't there something to be said about like wearing loose-fitting things in heat? It's like a heat wicking? I don't know. I don't understand. Becca, I love you! Becca, how are you? Welcome to Ronron's, traveler. I have wares to empty your purse and fill your belly. Take your time. Stare and sniff before you choose, but no drooling on the merchandise, yes? Browse Ronron's wares. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Target a foodstuff and inspect with left click. Okay. Start! Meat, skewers. Oh god, it's frog skewers. Oh no. Bread, worms. I think I'm just gonna go with the bread. I gotta be perfectly honest with you. I don't know if I want to eat a whole frog skewered. I don't know if I want to eat raw meat or worms. I think I'll go with the bread. I fucking love carbs. Carbs are every reason to wake up in the morning. I'm alright. How is Shadowbringers? So far, deceptively comfy, Becca. Deceptively comfy. Everything is fine. Nothing horrible has happened. Everything's great and nice. We stand carbs in this household 1000%. We do.
superstar.
Evelyn with the primer. Evelyn, thank you so much for 2 months of primer, for taking $2.50 right out of Bezos' pocket and giving it to me. Thank you. I would eat the worms if I were you. What do you... Keo, look at this. They're like full-on grubs, dude. Nah, that ain't it. That ain't it. It looks nasty. I call that mush loaf. Oh, like mushrooms. The middle is stuffed with the bittersweet cactus fruits, so even if the bread dries out, it's still moist inside. Keeps you going in the heat, too. Oh, I have to look at all of them? Oh, no. Everyone's favorite, plump white worms slathered in honey. Once you eat a glazed Wriggler, you'll never want any other treat. I think I'm good, thanks. I'm eating the bread. I'm eating the bread for sure. Moist. That's my ever-burning bounty, made with the best parts of the lizard, cured with a special. Wait, this is like jerky, cured with a special spicy spices. Some find the smell challenging, but it'll warm you up on chilly desert nights. How about the frog skewer? Do I still have my frog minion out? Don't look, frog minion. Oh no. Oh, you'll like those. Chewy skewers. Find small frogs hiding under rocks, spear with a stick, then roast over fire. Crackly on the outside, gooey on the inside. Perfect for snacking. There's a reason why the best is the worm? Okay, I'll eat the worms. They all look tasty, yes? Which to choose, which to choose? The worms! The glazed wiggle. I trust Keo. Obviously the grubs. Too good to resist, eh? That's what I would have chosen. You have the gold. And done. One verbitite honor buys you 15 jars of worms. Oh my fuck. The face. Oh. Oh, it's crunchy ASMR. Will you eat the lot? I think I'll share the rest every last mouthful. All right, how much pain do we want to put our MC through? Every last mouthful. So happy with our worms, honestly. We'll eat all 15 jars right now. What an appetite, what a belly. A brand new legend is born in Mordsuk. Consider your coin purse cracked. I am pleased to accept your custom, and Gengen will be pleased that you honored ours. Oh God. Keeping the merchandise down, yes? No returns. Our poor little bean. I'm sorry I did. His face! His face! I'm sorry, little bean. I'm sorry, little one. I had to do it to you. I had to enjoy the honey glazed worms. Pouty baby, yeah. Oh no, Jolly. Rest in pepperoni. I was watching from here, sir. You honored our custom, and with great relish. You will always be welcome in Mordsuk. If you need anything in Amarang, we are here to provide. You have courage, my friend. Ronron's wares are more exotic than harmful, but I don't envy the bellyache you'll have on the morrow. Right. Now that you've eaten, I expect you're eager to get back on the road. Would you mind if we delayed our departure a touch? I have a few deals left to close before I can conclude my business here in Mordsuk. Oh, offering your services, are you? Aye, well, an assistant would certainly help hurry things along. I have a receipt here for some goods that need picking up from the market. All properly paid for. You just need to do the lifting and the carrying. You frick. You frickin' frick. I'll go and take care of some last-minute haggling then. See you in a bit. You may view the market receipt at any time during this quest and by using the relevant item in the key items menu. Okay. Poro Rogo, I've got something for you. Some worms. I saved a couple for you. That's the real reason I had the honey glazed worms, was to give some to you. He looks thankful. He looks very thankful to us. Oh God, wait, hang on. Wait, you're gonna make me actually, deadass, look for what you need. I can't even use it. Do I need this? Am I stealing? It's Bun Bun! Spess? Spess, I didn't know you had a small part in this game. They misspelt your name a little bit, but close. Oh. Hi, Spess. Wait, what? No. This is Bun Bun's private worm stash, not for sale. Oh. Wow, Spess hogging worms over here. The buns grow in numbers, yes they do. I can't view the receipt. Hello? How do I? Oh, now it's letting me look. Table cactus from Thonton, iron ore from Thontol, Nabath Arang antiques from Milmil. Oh, to be collected from Mulmul. Okay, I instantly forgot everything. My brain has holes in it. Let's run around on our. I know one of them was like Thonton. Ron is not right. We don't need cured leather. Iron ore was one of them. Yeah. Listen to Becky. Listen to Becky. Becky's accurate. Stack of crafted armaments. That's not what we need. Crate of ore from Tholtol. Give me this. This is mine. This is mine. Thank you. Cassard sent you, did he? Right, yes. What kind of ore was it again? Iron ore. Iron ore, of course. That would explain this box I have here. It's all yours. Shan-san. Thornton. Oh wait, what kind of herbal remedies? Let me read the list again. Let me just read the list. Table cactus. Okay. Oh, by the way, what's up? Oh, we didn't even have to tell them which kind. Momo! I need these. What? Cassard sent you? Why didn't you say so? I wouldn't dream of selling his goods to a higher bidder. Oh, no. Nabatharang relics, wasn't it? All packed in that box there. Handle with care. Job's done. You can use them by clicking on them outside of the inventory. Like in the, oh, like right up here. I've noticed sometimes it lets me click something. I didn't notice it there this time. That's so weird, Jolly. That's brutal. Because as you've seen in my experience, when I start having internet issues, usually once a tech comes out, the issue gets resolved for us. What is that hat? What is this? What is this hat? What do you have there? I like this little hat. Post-Moogle cap. I like it. It's a cute little cap. I want it. Post-Moogle hat. I want it. No, nay. I need it. Look at that little hat. It's cute. Don't tell me you've been round the entire market already. At record pace. Side quest chain? I must do it. Get it from side quests. I must. Aye, that's the lot. All right, good work. And quick work too, considering you've not set foot in the place before. I thought you wanted to sit in the city like the Exarch, but something tells me you're no stranger to visiting strange lands. Unfortunately, your efficiency prevents something of a problem. I'd hoped to conclude all my business before you returned, but it seems there's been some confusion over one of the orders I placed. I'll have to drag in my middleman and sort this mess out. I'm sorry to make you sit around and twiddle your thumbs. Cassard, it feels like it's ages since I last saw you. Whomst? Well, if it isn't the lovely Tesleen, it has been a while, but your timing couldn't be better. This gentleman was on his way to meet Eorzea. I'm supposed to be taking him to your corner of the desert, but a misplaced order has commandeered my attention. Wait, I know who you are. Eorzea told me so much about you. You're Sir, aren't you? Hello, Pepper. He's Desleen. Hello, Pepper. Hello, Raiders. Spicy Pepper Raid. Welcome in, you guys. How is you? Let me give you a shout out. Hi. Oh, Val's on it. Thank you, Val. Summerland? What kind of game is Summerland? Thank you so much for the follow, by the way. Welcome in, you guys. I'm good. How is you? I'm really good. We're playing 14. We're back on it. We're in Shadowbringers, which is one of like the most highly praised expansions in this game, and I'm so excited. I have you on mute for a second, but holy shit, Alfie cosplay. Hi, Gray. It's kind of a walking sim with questions of morality and mortality. That actually sounds so good. You know I'm no stranger to walking sims. I loved Edith Finch, for example. But welcome in, you guys. If it's your first time meeting me, my name is Tara. I'm a variety streamer. I usually stream 4 days a week with horror streams. Sometimes we do chill streams. We do drinking streams, everything in between. It's so good to have you guys. Hello, hello. You played Edith Finch last week? What did you think of it? I'm sorry I missed it. Did you cry? Did you bawl? Edith Finch was beautiful. Beautiful. Like, I think walking sims are totally okay and allowed to exist because sometimes they just have such a cool story and such an amazing story to tell that it's worth it. Also loved Edith Finch. You did, of course. It's so good. But welcome you guys. Today we're playing Final Fantasy XIV. We're in that new expansion I was just talking about, and we're doing the MSQ, which is like the main story, and I'm loving it. Walking sims are a great way to tell a story, totally, and more immersive because you're in control of the experience. Well, to a certain degree, right? I knew it! How wonderful to meet you in the flesh after hearing all those stories. I'm Tesleen. I work as a carer at the inn. and I've gotten to know Eorzea quite well since she took up guard duties there. Do you want me to take over at Sir's guide, Cassard? My shopping's all done and packed for the road, and it would be no trouble. That would be great help, thank you. Well, it looks like you'll be able to head straight out after all. My caravan and I will be in the area for a while yet. Seek me out when you've had your fill of Amarang, and I'll send you back to the Crystarium. I must be super quick though. Take Puppers for a bio break, shower turn. Pepper, thank you so much. That being said, if you need to fully unwind, if you need to fully lurk, eat food and water and all that stuff, you know the drill. Streaming can take a lot out of you, but thank you so much for the raid and enjoy Puffers. Ah, I'm late. Hi, Chipper. You're not that late. We've only just dived in. You're like moments late, like barely late. It's good to have you. Welcome in. Oh, these gloves are so cool. Okay, wait. As much as I was liking that glam, I'm really liking what it's piecing together for us here. This gear that it's putting on us, I'm kind of about it. It's nice. The subtle red also works with Red Mage. I really like the elbow guards on these gloves we just got. Like, it's nice. Hi, Marwick. Welcome in. Yeah, the only thing you really missed was the Ardbird intro. How am I? I'm fantastic. It's good to meet ya. Tag get paid soon. Should I buy the new mount on the 14th? What's the online, or what's the new mount on the online store? I don't know if I've seen it. Eorzea has been desperate to see you, sir. So let's get you to her sooner rather than later. The inn isn't too hard to find, really. You can find it at the top of the rock spires from here. Mechanical Lotus? Let me see. Mechanical Lotus. Boom, 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 boom. Ooh. Ooh, the still images didn't do it justice. I like it. I'd say yeah. I'd say yeah. The way it glows at night too? Dude, imagine this like in night scenarios, if you're like doing G-pose and just want to use the mount. I say yeah. I say full send. If you have the funds for it and it makes you happy, full send. The hat you wanted is on sale because of the Halloween offers. Wait, which hat? I thought the hat was a side quest thing.
Emotional, damn it.
Marwick, I love you. I hope your day's been great. The one with cobwebs. The witch hat with the cobwebs? I'm tempted. I'm tempted. All set? Oh, I should probably mention the wildlife. While most of them will leave you be, if you keep your distance, the local coyotes have learned to prey on folk heading home from the markets. I can usually swing a sword well enough to fend them off, but I may have loaded myself down with too many bargains today. Do you think you can handle any beasts that try to make a meal of us? Oh, of course, dude. Have you not met me? Oh, you haven't met me, I guess. I thought you might. Eorzea was always saying how much he, I mean, let's go. Wait a second. What was that? Wait, what was that? Did anyone catch that? Eorzea was always saying how you, and then she cut herself off. And was like, anyways, let's get going. Why did she cut herself off? I am suspicious! Is 1 a.m. too late to make food? Nope. Have a nice little snack. Are you hungry? Try 40 to 50 olives as a quick snack, as a quick evening snack. I would say like some pickles, crackers, maybe some cheese. Something like not too heavy, but still satisfying is what I would do. Try 50 to 70 feral hogs. Unhinged switch eats a whole watermelon. You can use the dream fitting option. Oh, right, I used that once and didn't really know what I was doing. Woo! I'm gonna keep losing my earbuds all day today. I should use the dream fitting again. See if I can pull together some glams. or see how I like the way they look on me. Fruit or veggies is a good light snack before bed. Imagine having fruits and veggies in your house. It's only when Spess buys them that we have them in our house. Sorry, there wasn't much time to shout a warning. Were you bitten? Those things can be nasty. And yet hardly a match for you, it seems. I'd always thought Alisaie was strong, but in her mind, she was never... Listen, Tesleen. You listen right here, Tesleen. You stop for one whole fucking second. Why are you talking so much past tense? I'd always thought Alisaie was strong, but in her mind, she was never. Now it makes sense. We should push on. It might be best if you scout ahead and clear out any coyotes that have our scent. Why are you talking so past tense? Why I don't like this. Let the record show that I don't like this. Tara, what the hell's going on here? I'm in Alphino cosplay, and I'm playing Final Fantasy XIV. That's what's going on. What's up, 659? Sunflower seeds are the best snacking for streams and D&D and such. Hell yeah. Woo! It's a sand mole. Oh, is your face okay? Oh, he's got a big nose. He's kind of cute. He's like ugly cute. Isn't that past progressive? I think I might be reading into it too much, but I don't trust this game anymore and everything gives me anxiety. The combat theme though, it do be going hard. Listen to your 8 Ball the very next day I bought No Man's Sky. How much have you been loving it? Speak frankly, speak honestly. On a scale of a 1 to a lot, how much have you been enjoying? Can't miss my joke. Poor harmless woman has kidnapped Alisaie. Build the Lego Warrior of Light to save her. The Lego Warrior of Light. Dude, when's a 14 crossover with Lego? Just saying. Oi, you mind your business? 24 hours playtime in 9 days. Loving it. Hell yeah. It's such a good game. He's so good. Did I forget to do something with you? Warrior of Lego. Oh, thank goodness you're back. I could hear the growling and snarling from here, frightful creatures. Let's hope the rest have seen your handiwork and know to avoid us now. I need to get these supplies back to the inn. 14 Lego sets would go so damn hard. Are you kidding? It would be great. Dude, start off with the primals, like the base primals, sell millions of stonks, and then progress from there. Easy. Easy client. Also, phone, if I didn't give you a proper hello, phone, I love you. Hello, phone. Mwah, I love you. Hello. Lego Lala would be so tiny. It would be so cute. Lego Hraesvelgar! Yes! Yes, Lego Hraesvelgar. Then I'll get my brother to play 14. Exactly. Get him early. Get him young. And then they love the game. And then the community continues to grow. It's perfect. This is it. Thanks to you, I didn't have to drop my shopping even once. Come to think of it, I'm glad I didn't make the trip alone. It seems you ended up escorting me. I'll have to replay the favor somehow. But first, let's head inside, shall we? Alisaie. Alisaie! Where my girl? Where my girl at? Where my girl? Give me the Alisaie. Everyone look tired. Is everyone okay? Welcome to the inn at Journey's End. You might be our first visitor from the Crystarium since Alisaie arrived. It's not much, but it's home for the afflicted and handful of cares. The afflicted? She's gonna be like, light sickness. You don't know? I don't think I've met anyone besides Eorzea who was so unfamiliar with our situation here. Most folk have grown up knowing someone who knew someone. I might leave out something obvious, so it may be best to have Eorzea give you the full explanation. My brother is 33, just really likes Lego sets. Oh, hell yeah. That makes me love them even more, Toon. But fair. I always want to buy Lego sets, and then I look at the price tags on them and I throw up a little bit. Why is Lego... Okay, dude. Quick little rant here. Why is Lego so fucking expensive? It's so fucking expensive. And kids always want them, and it's like, hello, let me, like, take out a second mortgage on the house just to give my kids some Lego. Like, it's insanity. I don't have children, I'm speaking hypothetically, but they're so fucking expensive. Lego is so good, but why $1 million? But yes, I agree, Terry. It's so much. You could sell more units at cheaper pricing, like, fuck. But I guess they're Lego at this point. They don't need to make it cheaper. They're like, these idiots are gonna pay for it anyways. Oh my god, that gave me anxiety. Huh! The quest was called Following in Her Footsteps, and it was a fucking grave. Now, where is she? I think she might be out on patrol. You could wait, I suppose, but why not go and surprise her? She usually takes a look at things from the watchtower first, so you might be able to catch her there. It's not far. Head out to the south side and you'll see it. I'll stay behind in case she comes back while you're gone. I have such high anxiety right now. Just the fact that it was called In Her Footsteps and it's a fucking graveyard? A fucking graveyard was the picture? Hi, Mac! Mac, welcome in. It's not okay. It's just not okay. Because they're the same as 14, gotta give them our money. You know what? Valid counter argument. They're secretly military grade caltrops. Nitro, I love that. I missed 2 hours of stream. Shouldn't even come, honestly. So true. No, Mac, as I always say, a wizard arrives precisely when they are meant to. You arrived precisely when you were meant to. Praetorium Lego set that takes multiple cutscenes, many long rants, and extreme gay sexual tension to build. Hell yeah. Sign me up. I already got the last one in spades. Where am I? Oh, it's right here. Thank you. I know you weren't showing me, but just you standing there showed me where it was. Fired Mac SMH. Eorzea is nowhere to be seen, but you spot fresh footprints on the ground, and they look to be about the right size. Okay, well, she can't be dead. Oh, there's the footprints. Who's stretching me? Who's stretching me? Hi, world. Thanks for the care bomb. I'm banning phone. Honestly, they deserve it. Crystarium Lego set. It takes up your whole living room. Sign me up. World, how are you? It's good to see you. And there was a hydrant in there, right? Yeah. Oh. I'm so glad I finished base 2.0 the night before 6.1 patch. Is 6.1 when they changed it all, Toon? Such deconstruction. Yeah, it was. Aw. Are those mummies? This expansion's too scary. There's like 9 mummies chasing Undead Bun. Let me see you. Are you actually a mummy, like dead ass? Are you being dead ass with me right now? You are actually just a mummy. It's actually just a mummy. I'm gonna take a shower. Enjoy your cleansing. Enjoy your cleansing, Becky. Let the cleansing commence. Dude, there's so many of them. I want to kill them. When I said I want a mommy in 14, this is not my intention. Such devastation. There's mummies in ARR? Was it these exact things? Because I don't recall. My brain has holes in it. Mummies? Sorry. Mummies? Sorry. Mummies. Hiya! Might have been optional dungeons. I did miss a lot of those, sadly. Melee combo. Activate. Huh? Pew, pew. Karn Hard. You know, listen, that might have been an era where I still had full spell effects turned on, so I couldn't see shit even if I wanted to. Listen. There are more tracks here, but they end in a mess of disturbed sand. Wahapa. That's so cute, Toon. Wow, dude. The building's partially enveloped in this. Cool how it just fully crystallized. Oh, a Sin Eater!
Get back here!
Is that my girl? It's my girl. Hi, Alize.
Is that... It can't be.
It is!
Ha!
Did she change her wardrobe a little bit? The top looks different. Alize. Impressive.
Just a lesser sin eater. Nothing to write home about. I knew you'd turn up sooner or later, but I had been hoping for sooner.
He's my girl. Terra, they didn't have clothes when they got there. Oh yeah, I forgot.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Aw, I'm happy. So this is why a cemetery was in the image.
We've fought them to a standstill then.
Welcome back, Ray.
The Exarch did say that the Empire seemed to have drawn back when he last looked in on the source. But without knowing for sure how fast time was passing there, I couldn't help worrying that a lot might have happened since then.
And
I'm heartily relieved to hear
quite a
that
bit
it
did
hasn't.
happen.
Just as Alphino must have been. As you can imagine, both he and Eorzea were desperate to hear the news from home when I arrived. I haven't actually seen Thancred and Y'shtola yet, but they will have heard all the latest developments from the Exarch by now, or should have at least.
How have you not seen Thancred or Y'shtola yet?
Such devastation!
How?
When I think of how frantic Tataru and the others must be, I want nothing more than to rush back and reassure them. But we still haven't found a way to reverse the summoning. And even if we had, we couldn't just ignore Eorzea's vision. He may use 10 words where one would suffice, and they may often obscure as much as they reveal. But on this matter, he was as clear as day. I do not doubt for one moment that he saw what he claims. Nor how difficult it must have been to speak about them. The 8th Umbral Calamity and your death aren't exactly topics for idle conversation.
True.
As much as I might want to go home, I don't want to go home to that. We can't allow the rejoining to happen, which means we have to save the first from the Sin Eaters. That great wall of white is a remnant of the flood.
Thancred runs around, Y'shtola's far off. That's fair enough. But like, she would have been here for almost a year already, right? I think that's what the Exarch said.
100 years ago, the balance in the first tipped decisively in favor of light. From that moment, it rose and swelled with each passing day, and then, without warning, it burst forth like water from a broken dam.
Damn, dude.
A colossal wave of pure light, drowning everything in its wake. Only Norvrant was spared.
And that's because of the Warriors of Darkness and Minfilia.
For the most part, living things are composed of ether of various different aspects. But when exposed to such a flood, their etheric harmony is shattered, and their natural form breaks down.
Damn! They get Thanos snapped. A year at the edge of the world fighting, yeah. She seems different. I mean, Alisaie was also gone from early ARR until late Heavensward. True. Good old time dilation, yep. But she's been here, so she doesn't know how much the other places work, yeah.
Then they either perish, or are warped into mindless abominations.
Is that how the Sin Eaters are made? From people?
Yes, that's how the Sin Eaters came to be. They were once living creatures, or people, that were caught in the path of the flood.
Okay, that felt that felt like Alisaie was answering me directly. Like me, the player.
Once the change is wrought, there is no going back. In that instant, they are gripped by an insatiable appetite for ether and will happily gorge themselves on any living thing within reach.
Gotcha.
Even that is not the worst of it. The stronger Sin Eaters can plant light in us, like seeds in soil, corrupting our ether and triggering the birth of new monstrosities. They are creatures of base instinct that exist only to feed and to multiply. They feel no pity, know no remorse, and are utterly deaf to reason, which is why they must be destroyed. Every last one of them.
Man, Alisaie sounds so serious right now. Like she has like a bit of like rasp to her voice, even in the severity of her voice. More or less zombies, that's what I was thinking.
The infirmary is full of the Sin Eaters' victims, left here to spend their final hours waiting for the change to overtake them.
So they alien you. Like how the alien facehuggers plant an egg in you, they plant a seed of light in you, and then you fucking chest burster, become a Sin Eater. Creepy. Creepy as fuck. It's just a matter of time. More for some, less for others. Those patients will all become monsters in the end. And to add insult to injury, the afflicted are feared, shunned, cast out of society, and exiled here to the edge of the world. The only good thing I have to say about this hellish place is that it has served me well as a training ground. Tesleen and the others have also been kind enough to share their knowledge of the Sin Eaters, which is knowledge I can now share with you, while you help me finish my patrol, of course. Of course. Ah, yes. Planting a seed in you, giggity. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Here's what we'll do. I'll take the east side of the inn, you clear the west. That way we can have an undiluted experience with the resident terrors. These marks on your map are where the usual trouble spots are. You can assume that any beast with a white hide or carapace is a Sin Eater, but you'll know for sure soon enough when they come slavering after your ether. Remember, it's kill or be killed with these monsters. Once you've slain whatever's prowling around out there, we can rendezvous back at the north entrance. Good hunting. Do you know what I just realized about this expansion that makes me so fucking sad? How the fuck is Xeno supposed to find us? In his great hunt for us. How? Whoa, that's a big ooh. Xenos! It means like until we leave this realm, we're not gonna bump into Xenos, and that makes me immensely sad. Void scent corrupted by dark, Sin Eaters corrupted by light. I didn't draw that connection to my mind. I appreciate that. They're the opposite of void scent. They're light scent. Yeah. Wait, rude. Oh, it died. As my friend can confirm, I'm big Xeno simp. I love Xeno so much. I was so happy to learn that his essence was basically displaced rather than like actually dying. I'm sure he'll figure something out. The hunt never ends, as it were. Xenos is really sitting on like the corner of a step somewhere being like, for 1,000 summers, I will wait for you. That's why he's good Pupper Jolly. Also, I'm sorry for triggering anyone's like Futurama drama with that. Futurama PTSD. Good old Seymour. Dude, that episode's so fucking sad. If he could, he would travel to the first for you. I love him so much, dude. Ugh, when you jolt when you have procs. Why am I like this? Who made me this way? The only thing more painful is casting Jolt twice as a red mage. There's no greater blunder than dual casting Jolt. It's pain. It's pain incarnate. He would, yeah, he absolutely would. Felt that. You may be stupid, but you're not dual casting Jolt stupid. That is a title reserved for me. Wow, Jolly, I can't believe you got scammed. How'd you fare? Just well. Killed like 2 of them. Ah, I thought there might be 1 or 2 lurking on the fringes. Nothing out of the ordinary for this area. I expect you noticed it yourself, but individually, these lesser sin eaters are no more deadly than any natural predator you might encounter in the desert. It's when they appear in numbers that they pose a threat. Much like the void scent, they have an unfortunate tendency to flock to the strongest of their kind. Thus, when a powerful sin eater goes on the hunt, it might be attended by a veritable swarm of weaker kin. Imagine an army of such creatures descending on a village or hamlet. That's the basic idea behind my patrols, to cull their ranks often enough that their numbers won't be overwhelming when the big ones come out to play. You've certainly helped on that front. Let's report our victories to Tesleen, shall we? We shall. You may be stupid, but you aren't hard casting Ver Thunder, then dual casting Jolt stupid. I've come close to that. Let me just tell you, I've come close to that. There's sometimes where I think I have a dual cast proc up and I like press Ver Thunder and it doesn't happen. And I'm like, oh, it didn't happen. That means I'm hard casting. Oh, pain. Hey, yo, I'm in this post and I don't like it. I can't be super active because I need to do dishes, but oh my god, Shadowbringer hype! I know, Perline, I know! Perline, I love you. Hope your day's been awesome. You crush those dishes. You crush them. Alize tells me you helped her on our patrol. You have our thanks, and my apologies for leading you from one battle to another ever since the moment we met. In any case, I'm glad to see the 2 of you found each other. You have no idea how badly Alize has missed your company. Everything is always, if Sir were here, he would... That's an exaggeration, and I don't sound like that either. I was simply trying to view matters from another perspective, and I respect Sir's methods. Honestly, after seeing him in action, I can understand why. The way he leaps into the fray without hesitation, it really is something to behold. I might be a little smitten myself. I'm only teasing, though I've no doubt he deserves all the admiration he gets, just as you do. She really said... She really gasped when Tesleen threw her under the bus. Does Alize have a crush on the Warrior of Light? Hello? This cat better look good. Why does it look like this? Why does it look like this? I feel dumb. Do we just go back to the edgy Thancred? I kind of feel like going back to the edgy Thancred. Alize's girlfriend teasing her about having a crush, literally. Now you know why she was cutting herself off earlier. She didn't want to out Alize. Or I could just turn the hat off. What if it has a visor toggle? I just got whispered, appreciate having hats at all. Do Viera not get hats? Stop. You guys got scammed if you don't get hats. But also, I don't mind it with visor down. But then we can't see our expressive little boy. Whoop, 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 whoop. Let's just hide the hat. Whoop. Do, 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 do. We get some hats, especially for Reaper end gear. Okay. It's better than nothing. It's better than nothing. When I try to send a letter to someone, it goes, you can only send a message to player registered on your friends list. You have no friends. Pepe hands. I'd love to lay out a welcome meal, but the duties I put off when I went to the market are still waiting for me. Ugh, there are 101 things that need doing. I'm sorry, but would you mind waiting here with Alize? What, and twiddle our thumbs while you work yourself to death? Surely there's something we can do to help you with. I could do that with, do with a hand, it's true. Thank you. You can start by helping me sort out the larder, Alize. While we do that, could you tend to a few patients, perhaps? There are 3 in particular I mean to visit. It's just a matter of saying a few words to them and seeing that their skin isn't caked in sand. Their names are Pawnil, Todden, and Halric. They may not give much in the way of response, but I promise they'll be pleased to see someone new. Are these future Sin Eaters? This is kind of a grim location, if they are. I made it so the hats on mine so they could be seen. Square Enix frowns upon those things. Yes, I got you. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Picking it up. Bum, 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 bum. Thank you. That's it? That's all you'll give me? You're Alize's friend. That's good. Hi, Todden. What's up, buddy? Let me just pat your hand here. Let me just pat your hand up a little bit. Sorry. Todden glances at you blankly, but you notice the tension in his face ease slightly. Ah, Todden, good boy. Wait. Tell me something. Oh. Okay. Never mind. Viera and Hroth do not get 90% of hats. This is so sad. That's heartbreaking. We'll appreciate our goofy hats from now on. Bum 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 bum. It's but a child. Halric remains utterly still as you wipe the sand from his cheek. The texture of his skin has hardened into something akin to plaster. It's almost time. It's almost time for Halric, you guys. We're gonna have to put him down. We're gonna have to take old Halric out back. You've seen to the patients. How were they? Halric was not looking good. Good, that's good. No, it's not. I knew they would enjoy meeting you. I'm concerned about Halric, though. I'll have to speak with the other carers, but I think his time may be near. We shall leave you to have that discussion then. I was going to take Sir to Mordsuk if you have any errands there that need doing. Well, I suppose there is one thing. Would you pick up a nectarine from the markets, please? Cassard's caravan just passed through, so Ron should have some fresh fruit. Come then, sir. There's something I want you to see, right after we stop at Ron's stall, of course. I was here. Just possible hits on my job search stuff took your attention for a quick minute. I'm here now, though. Hi, Karen. The price you pay for the big floppy loppy is true. We're going straight back? Yeah, we're going straight back. I could warp, or we could try out the Amaro Porter. Amaros are like chocobo but cool. I like their like dragonfly wings. Huh? Caron, they're talking about their ears. We were talking about how bun buns don't get hats. You get that amount for having all the classes at 80. Well, I got a mission. I got a mission to fulfill. I was talking to a friend of mine and I would like more advice. Guys, the other day, obviously I couldn't do it because I was trapped in the Crystarium, but now I can do it off stream if I so desire. I said to them, talk me out of leveling Monk. They replied with, Monk was their least favorite melee class. And I went, okay. But I would like other opinions on Monk. I think you guys know what kind of combat I enjoy by now. So y'all can weigh in. Oh, back again, are you? You need another taste of Ron's wares? Actually, we're looking to buy a nectarine. Do you have any in stock? Monk is my favorite. It's mine too. Started as Monk, dipped off at Shadowbringers. Monk Stinky, level Dragoon. No, I don't want to be a floor tank. Phone, I don't want to be a floor tank. I'm sorry. 14 fans talk about big plot moments like people in horror films talk about the kill. It's true. You like Monk? Monk equals buttons. I do like buttons. Then learn to dodge, nerd. Oh, rude, honestly. Also, Nature, thank you for the hydrate. Mine too. Oh, I mean that I hate it. Monk does pick it back up in Endwalker, if that's any motivation. So it'll get good at the end of the game. I never floor tank. Came back to this Dragoon slaughter. Listen, Gray. They didn't get the title for no reason, okay? I'm a new player, and I'm aware of the memes about Dragoons. What does that say about the class? On the other hand, if you want melee, Reaper. That's what I've been told. I've been told Reaper is a lot of fun, and it's like a well-designed class for melee. It's literally gonna be your last level 90. Oh, I just wanted to punch things. I just wanted, isn't floor tanking just being a bottom? It's more degenerate. It's more degenerate, Pepper. It means there's an animation lock, just get good. Listen. Reaper is something I was gonna level after Sage. That, like, it does seem like Reaper is very well received. People are happy with it. Picked up Reaper the minute it dropped in early access. God, it was so good. Is it still? You use was so good as in past tense. They shortened Dragoon animation locks too. Oh, so they're maybe losing their title. Actually, though, I would go Reaper. Good first melee. Okay. Reaper and Sage are my level 90s on my main. Gotcha. You mean it is? Okay. Given how richly you cracked your coin purse with me, I might still owe you food. Here, take this one, free of charge. Gods, I've never seen a moored merchant give away something for nothing before. How much coin did you spend here? 1 verbert or something? Oh yes, I'll take a jar of honeyed worms as well. That's what I ate. Oh no, they're not for me. It's an offering of sorts. Hi, Froggo. The worms, if you please. Only the best wrigglers for you. Come again, my friends. Right, that's our shopping chores taken care of. Let's head up past the Aetherite to the main tower. The view I want to show you can only be seen from its very top. Neurodivergent, get to the back of the line. Join the club. I speak too fast and I type like I speak. You will frequently hear me trip over my tongue and also say things backwards. I don't know how to explain it. You'll just hear it when it happens and you'll know what I mean. Here are your precious worms. That buys us a trip to the top of the tower, does it not? Glazed wrigglers! You actually brought them. I really shouldn't let you, but just this once, all right? Only once. Never fails, shall we? I mean, words are hard, they really are. Why they gotta make them so difficult?
Look, over there, where the wall is broken.
That's where the sin eaters come
Do you
from.
see what lies beyond?
Looks like a desert. It looks like the burn,
That's
actually.
what the land became after the light flooded in. An empty white nothingness. Life cannot exist in such conditions. The primordial light would wreak havoc on the body's etheric balance. That nectarine you bought, it's Halric's favorite fruit.
Looks like a bum.
Most of the patients, Halric included, survived the attacks of powerful eaters.
I suck at English. It's my first language. Well, and my only language, and it's still a monster. I've relogged twice. Your mount is still being mean to you. Jolly, you're getting scammed.
But their fate was sealed all the same. The monster's corruption has entered their bodies, and their very essence is being subsumed by light. The twisted state of the world itself just makes matters worse. Under normal circumstances, a person's ether naturally tends to equilibrium. But for these poor souls, the opposite is true. Sooner or later, every single one of them will turn.
I like how our character's just staring
Tesleen and the
dumbfounded.
patients, they all know this. They know what has to be done before the change goes too far, before the eater within takes over. The preferred method is mixing poison into their favorite food. In my time here, I've borne witness to a lot of last meals.
Well, that explains sort of her cadence of speaking now. She's sat here
I feel
watching.
just as helpless as before. No matter how hard I fight, it's never enough.
She sat here watching repeated death, despite her continued patrols. Dude, what a place to be in.
But it's a war I mean to wage, nonetheless. Speaking of wars, do you remember how I made you promise not to leave me and then promptly collapse?
Yeah, I do.
Well, let's just say I had a few choice words for the Exarch concerning the timing of his summons. But even if the fault lay with someone else, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd abandon you on the battlefield. So I swore that I'd make up for my absence there by making a difference here.
Aww.
And that's what keeps me moving forward, even when things seem hopeless.
But we're reunited! Hypers! So we gotta poison this
On
nectarine.
which note, it's time we headed back. The longer we keep Tesleen waiting, the harder this will be for her.
Yeah. I don't like it. Doors need to catch up to me in fun. I'm glad I was able to show you that. When it comes to understanding the catastrophe which befell the first, one glimpse of the empty wasteland beyond the wall is worth more than an hour of Eorzea lecturing. Thank you for pets! And I needed you to know beyond a doubt that Tesleen has no other choice. The nectarine will be a kindness. It isn't just the threat posed to others. When a person becomes an eater, the pain appears to be excruciating. The carers are truly fond of their wards and would spare them that suffering. It is their way of fighting back against a fate worse than death. Not Froggo choosing violence. You're back. I hope you had a nice time. Did you manage to find a nectarine? Yeah. Yeah, I did. Thank you. Alize's explained why I wanted this, has she? I can see it in your eyes. But we may not need it just yet. I spoke with the others. We've decided to keep an eye on Halric for now. Thanks to you, though. If his time does come suddenly, we'll be ready to send him on his way with a taste of happier days. Well, nothing is going to happen for a little while yet, so let's see if we can't lighten the mood. We don't want our gloomy faces worrying the patients. I think it's time that we for that welcome meal, don't you? Take a seat and I'll make us a nice stew.
Speak up if you'd like another helping. I made a little bit more than usual today.
And you've added something special to the broth, if I'm not mistaken.
Aye, well, it's not often we have visitors from the Crystarium, so I may have thrown in a few extra bits and bobs.
Teslina's my wife, she's so good. I'll have another bowl then. So good for this world, too pure.
That's what I like to hear. Give me a moment to warm up the pot.
The fact that she can be this chipper and lighthearted and even playful despite being a carer and a fatty having another bowl SMH, and being this upbeat despite, let's say, where she works.
In a place like this, you learn to take what moments of happiness you can get.
This exactly is what I was trying to say. To still appreciate the happier moments despite being surrounded by death.
I remember when I first came here with my mother. She was showing the early signs.
Oh no.
I knew there was no way to save her, but I just couldn't face what needed to be done. That's the way of it for most people. Why they travel from arms to stay here. Beaten, broken souls come to wait out the inevitable, to receive the mercy of a painless death. When my mother finally left this world, I was mad with grief, but also thankful that her passing was a peaceful one.
And this will also be a peaceful one.
It's never easy, ending a life you've cared for, even when you believe they go on to a better place.
You ate 15 jars of worms and now 2 bowls of soup. Listen, Izagi. She put extra care and extra bits and bobs into the meal. Of course I'm gonna give a compliment by having seconds.
I often find myself wishing the Warrior of Darkness would come and do that part for me.
The Warrior of Darkness?
You've never heard the tale? I'm not sure where it began, but every child in Norvrent could tell you a version of it.
Oh, please tell me. It's polite to ask for one of these circumstances.
Darkness,
exactly.
Servant of death, take care of our souls at our dying breath. Let sinners and eaters of sin go with thee, that all may return to the sunless sea. Well, that's the version I was taught anyway. It's just an old bedtime story. He's certainly never deigned to visit us here.
Oh, but he's around, believe me.
Which is a good thing, surely. He sounds rather ominous.
Wait, was Alize not there for the whole Warrior of Darkness? Oh, I don't think she was.
I always liked the idea that he treated every soul the same, even the Sin Eaters.
Oh, Jesus, that scared me.
They're coming.
Tesleen! Have you seen Halric? I swear, I only took my eyes off him for a moment.
She was. It was her ether sword that finally defeated them. So why is she like surprised about learning about the Warrior of Darkness then? Being like, oh, he sounds like a glum fellow because what? I'm confused. I am secondhand confusion. This is my fault. The patients were acting strangely and I let them distract me. It's not your fault, panicked caregiver. Sir Heavensward, we have to go look for Ulrich. I don't know what's gotten into him, but if he's wandering out there alone, we'll assign search areas and split up. Any idea where he might be headed? No, he's never done anything like this before, but it can't be a coincidence that the other patients are suddenly so agitated they can sense something. In any case, let's keep the search close to the inn. Ulrich isn't very sure on his feet, so he won't have gone far. I'll search the east side. Please, Ulrich, please be all right. Aww. I'll cover the north and west then. You take everything from here to the south. Because in the first, Ardbert and friends were the Warriors of Light. But like, we learned all that. We learned that they were the Warriors of Light and then chose to become the Warriors of Darkness, trusting the Ascians. So I would have assumed that Alisaie also would have remembered that, but she just randomly has the blank in her memory. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, she's surprised that there's a Grim Reaper type myth like that. I get you. How would people in the first know about those, especially since they're known as Warriors of Light here? That is a very good question. That I think is the more perplexing question, is how would they have heard of the Warrior of Darkness at all when that was the moniker that they took up when coming to our world? They were only of darkness on the source. Wait, the people of the first... Oh, never mind. Weird. Weird. Because yeah, when they were here, they weren't the Warriors of Darkness. Darkness! I don't understand. No sign of Ulrich. I can't believe Ulrich is gonna turn rather than eating his nectarine. Ulrich, you crazy bean. He's doing the dog thing where they leave to go die alone. Ulrich mage. You scan your surroundings in search of Ulrich and suddenly find yourself under attack. Oh no, Scorpion! I think somebody said, Jolly, that for account-wide deliveries, it takes longer to bring to your account rather than personal character purchases. So have patience, Bean. Have patience, little Bean. It'll come to you. I don't know if I would necessarily say that light is the evil presence here, but it did become a problem. Account mounts can take between 12 and 48 hours. There you have it.
Any sign of him?
Nar.
No luck then. But he surely can't have gone far. We should keep looking. The Sin Eaters are out in force, and if we don't find him soon, you can be sure they will.
Hi, Frey. Ooh. Valkyrie looking ass.
Did you see the size of that thing? It must be one of the nasty ones.
Yar.
Wherever it's going, it can only mean trouble. After it!
Aye, aye. How I am the dead, pray rest your weary head in my bosom. I have no bosom, but like still rest your head.
Is that?
Relax. Unwind.
Oh no! Halric!
Halric! Ooh! She cut off a wing!
We have to run!
Tesleen! No!
Excuse me?
We all deserve happiness, wherever we can find it. The time left to you is precious. No one should die in pain.
She says with a massive fucking stab wound.
Mother, I...
Bro. Jesus. Holy fuck. I just glance over at chat and all I see is welcome to Shadowbringers. Oh no.
No, 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 no!
No! What the fuck? Jesus, time to drink? No kidding. Just enough awareness left to say forgive me.
Such devastation!
Emotional damage!
Literally. Bonk, no being sad. I'm sorry. Dude. That happened so fast. You will defend Halric with your life. Wow, that's some polarizing opinions. I hate Halric so much. I will defend Halric with my life. So fun fact, all Sin Eaters are technically still alive after being turned for a while. Little shit, I would have killed him, bro. Thank you for pets. Yeah, I agree, Gray. I agree. Hulric is out of the building. Hulric is not here right now. Please leave a message and he'll get back to you as soon as he can. They had to tone that scene down several times because Yoshi P wanted it to be a lot worse. That was gruesome. That was gruesome. I imagine that's why the feather egg showed up, hey? Because it was probably a lot worse initially. Yeah, they didn't have a feather cocoon. Yeah. They that was probably a later addition. The minute like the I don't even know what to call it, like the white stuff started coming out of her eyes and stuff, I was like, holy shit, dude. And especially because they just spent a couple quests illustrating how painfully, like excruciatingly painful the transition into a Sin Eater is. And for her life's work essentially to be so that nobody has to experience that, and then for herself to have to immediately experience that. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry, sir. I tried to tell the carers what happened, but I can't be the shoulder they lean on, not like this. No. I want hug. I want hug. Give me hug. I hug the Alize. Thank you so much for the follow, by the way. Welcome in. It was because of the age rating on the game. They couldn't go all in. Jesus. They just about did, though. The cocoon makes sense. It's their way of being like, just imagine what's going on. It's just so unfair. Tesleen was always so cheery with the patients, telling them not to be scared and that there wouldn't be any pain. Of all the people in the world to suffer such a fate. Back to work. Frog, I'll see you later. I imagine you're just as shocked as the rest of us, so I appreciate what you're doing here. Me, I don't have the words. Without a body, we can't even give her a proper burial. And she cared about that sort of thing, about giving people the chance to say their goodbyes. I'm fucking bummed. I'm fucking bummed. Welcome to Shadowbringers. Hello from Curl, from Crystal, and hey, hi. It's good to have you. I'm bummed, dude. I did the thing, Alize. Even without going all in, that scene is like Lovecraftian type beat, totally. With her face and all, yeah. No, we're being sad, Terra. I can't help it, dude. Hulric is as unresponsive as ever. He stands motionless, staring up into the sky where the Sin Eaters made their escape. It's okay, feel your feelings. Thank you for the pets, Q. Like we said, this X-Pack comes in swinging. They're like, hey, look at this cheerful character in this horrible circumstance. Hey, look what happens. To be honest, I don't get the intensity of the hate for Hulric. Like, he's a child in hospice care. A lot of people... it's you know what it is, right? It's people looking for something to blame. It, like, understandably, in grief, everyone processes grief differently, and some people choose the route of anger instead. And having a scapegoat in Hulric is their solution, their outlet, in order to deal with it. For me, I'm not upset at Hulric. It's not his fault. Thank you. What you're doing, it means a lot to them, to me. Sorry to interrupt. We realized we hadn't thanked you for rescuing Halric. You weren't hurt at all, were you? Hurt? There wasn't even a fight. I was too late. Too slow. No, oh my god, no. She said she's too slow. Oh, no, dude. Oh, God. I don't like when people blame themselves for things that is not their fault. There's literally nothing she could... Oh, my God. Might be tissue time. Oh. Like, when it comes to loss, this is the thing that kills me the most, is when other people blame themselves for situations they couldn't help in. Too slow. And I thought I could protect you. I'm gonna ball. A bitch is kind of medicated. Good job, Sweet Leg. Med check for everyone else in chat, by the way. What's a tissue? A facial tissue, because we're not sponsored. Hide the thingy. It's a facial tissue. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm getting acid tears. Hang on. If I rub them, it's just gonna get worse. I'm gonna facial tissue it up. I have tissues? Yeah, thanks to Spaz. He went to the store today.
Such devastation.
I was largely okay. More so in like reeling from the shock of the scene. That I was alright. But I was scared that Eorzea might be like this. And that's what kills me. We also need a White Claw? Oh my god, don't we ever? Jolly, thank you for the hydrate. Tears are spicy. They're aggressive, dude. I do not blame Halric, I blame the Sin Eater, same. Halric was there, did nothing. Even though he couldn't, he's still the source of the blame. Yeah, sometimes, and like, it's just grief. It's just grief processing. Sometimes people need an outlet. It's okay that people are mad at Halric, but they should also know that it wasn't Halric's fault. Dude, when my tears come, they're hard to stop. Thankfully, I have chat and like a million different thoughts and conversations going on in my head that it's easy to like steer myself away. Oh, okay. You can't blame yourself for things beyond your control. You brought Halric back safe and sound, and no one could have done any more. I had boba yesterday. I'm sorry, but I've come to a decision. I won't be continuing my role here. I hope you'll forgive me for leaving you, and that you'll delay Halric's last meal for as long as you possibly can. Not until it's too late, of course. Just give him what time you can. We always do. Of course, she would have done the same. Farewell, Halric. Keep Tesline's words close to your heart. Oh, what a bummer. I wanted to make sure I was here for this scene, but I need some toast and tea right now. Stomach is keeping me alive. Okay, great. See you in a little bit. I accidentally dozed off, woke up just right before Welcome to Shadowbringers. Oh, God. Okay. Wait, you're leaving this very moment. I understand how you must feel, but surely this is a bit hasty? Do you have anywhere to go? I have a destination in mind, yes, and a purpose. This damned light, building without cease. It's the reason we can't save these corrupted by the Eaters. But if we corrected the balance, even if it were only by a little, even if it took years, it would surely make things better. Now hold on. Everyone knows there's too much light, but how could you ever hope to get rid of it? You'd have to change the whole world. That's right. We should return to the Crystarium. I may not be able to repel the Eaters on my own, but I can still use the skills I've gained here to hurt them. Hi, Julie! Julie, there was a room in the Crystarium that made me think of you. It's all the books left in the world, saved in one place. Woke up to Terra saying, oh? Opened my eyes to see tragedy unfold. You poor soul. What a time to wake up. Okay, Crystarium, right? Red Serai? Where is Red Serai? Is it outside? How do I get there? Maybe I run? Oh. So Tara, how are you enjoying your vacation of the first? It's great. It's very pretty here, Jolly. Nothing bad happened either. It's just awesome. It's really cool. It's bathed in the light. What a happy place this is. Goodness me. What a frick you for even asking. There's a bridge just north of Mortsuk. Okay. Yeah, this one. Oh, that's the one we came over. Yeah. This beautiful place with no tragedy at all. Just pretty beautiful atmosphere. I'm very honored that you think of me when you see books. Julie, you are literally the first thing that comes into my mind when I see books. I genuinely mean that too. Just like the vault, nothing bad happens in the first. Nothing bad ever happened in Final Fantasy XIV. Speaking of the vault, Undead Bun, since I know you're just joining us, if you're curious on how I reacted to that, it's on my YouTube channel in like a highlight. Oh, spoiler alert, tragedy. I want to fight one of these things because people said they fall over. Whoa, my gosh. I want you to fall over. Do the pose. It might not do the pose in combat. Oh yeah, no, you'll be bawling your eyes out if you do. Fair warning. Oh, they fall over in the idol. Okay. Julie is our resident librarian without being a librarian. Correct. Honestly, probably Julie's dream job. Excuse me. Okay, just you wait. You have so many more wonderful and happy days to experience in the first. So looking forward to it. It's gonna be a joy. Why that broccoli naked? It's a cactus. It's a cactus, Wheeling. Forgive me, sir. I couldn't stay there a moment longer. But I was serious about what I said. While the men and women at the inn battle against this blight with kindness, I must fight in my own way, with steel. Miss Alize? Is there anything I can get you? Is she fucking crying over here? Stop. In fact, I am very annoying about borrowing books because I think books should be read. Exactly. Books? People arrive. So whenever someone mentions they like to read, I'm like, do you want to borrow a book? You're like, I got a book for you. You're swiftest tomorrow. I need to return to the Castarium immediately. Or Crystarium. Why did I say Castarium? As you wish. How you doing? Please stop crying. I can't handle it. Ugh. Remind me to wear goggles if we ever fly over Areng again. I've barely gotten the sand out of my eyes. But the wind did help to clear my head at least. I think I'm ready to meet with the Exarch. We need to talk about how we're going to wipe the Sin Eaters out, shall we? Yes. Whew. Oh fuck, I woke up my mom. RIP! Crying? Did you wake them up crying? I hope not. You're okay. Oh. Watched a small video of top 10 most cursed books in the world. Almost want to read them. But then you'll contract ghostitis, right? They're cursed. I could be here ages talking about my TBR or recently read, to be read or recently read. I loaned a book to someone back in grade school and they never gave it back a few months ago. Found a copy in a little free library, so I took it home. Ah, it came full circle, Mac. You choked on your spade. Like a dumbass just started coughing. I frequently choke on my spit. It'd be like that. Dude, wild that you're in Shadowbringers actually, right? We're already here. It's kind of crazy. Thank you for seeking me out, sir. It meant a lot to have you there at my side. I was tempted to set off again the moment we had decided upon a direction. But you still have to visit Alphinaud, haven't you? If I know my brother, he'll be on the cusp of discovering something vital to our success, if he hasn't already. I'm content to stay here and consider our options for the time being. But don't keep me waiting too long, eh? Red Magic Mastery. What does that do? I wonder if I should unlock Reaper so I can alternate, because I'm level 74 doing level 70 quests. Actions. Oh no, that was a trait. Reduces Contra 6 to recast time to 35 seconds. Increases the potency of Ver Thunder and Ver Arrow. Nice. Very cool. I would probably just contract dead-itis because most of them were essentially anyone who owned said book always ended up dying. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Welcome in. You had given up hope when I dropped 14 before Endwalker. The queue system, like that was back when I was in A Realm Reborn, right? I had barely touched Heavensward. The queue simulator was just too dangerous. Like for me, it was too much. It was too much I couldn't handle. I'm just so happy to be back. So happy I got convinced to give it another go because the story's been so goddamn good. Do it, Reaper owns? Yeah, we'll do that. We'll unlock Scytheman. So off stream, I'll do that and I'll make sure it's like level, oh, wait, what level are the quests we're on? Oh, they're still 70. Probably by the end of stream, we'll be on like the level 71 quest. So I'll make sure I get it up to at least 71 so that we can safely continue doing MSQ on it. Q Savage was rough. Yeah, I had friends who were still playing it and the queues were deadly. So I stepped away from the game for a while after that. Whew. You will visit Alphino in Kalusia then? Excellent. As I mentioned, your destination is an island off the west coast, so you'll need a mount capable of making the journey. Here's a letter of introduction presented to Sem Genmai, the master of beasts in Tenemos Rookery. He will take care of you. When you see Alphino, be sure to pass on my warmest regards. How you doing, Alize? Whenever I come to the Crystarium, the sands of Amarang seem a world away, and yet they both lie under the same wretched sky. I want to give Alize one more hug before we go. Thank you so much for the follow, by the way. Welcome in. Am I close enough for a hug? No, we need to get a little closer. No, this is too close. This is that's a little too much. I'm going to hug your leg. I'm too little. Holy shit. Whoops, I didn't mean to embolden. Ow. Just ow. My pain. My heart, dude. My heart. Watching what had unfold was already, like, sad enough. And then Alize blaming herself is too much. Too much. When I first logged into Early Access, I got very lucky in short queues. So you were still playing Endwalker, like on release, right? And dealing with the queue simulator? We're getting Christmas Peepos next week? Yes, absolutely, Mac. You can turn on Christmas Peepos in November. Absolutely. I allow it. You drinking some water? Are you thirsty, little bean? Oh, what a thirsty boy. Yeah, you drink up. You drink your water. That's so cute. Just got my 4th booster, plus flu shot. Rip both your arms. Oh, you're dead as hell, Longo. You are dead as hell. It was nice knowing you. November 1st, you can have Christmas Peepos. Yes. Oh my God, Julie. Longo, I love you. You're gonna be okay, but oh, you're gonna be in pain. Soon you'll arrive on Blue Mage Beach, the much discussed Blue Mage Beach. Your face is unknown to me. What business have you at my rookery? I need a mount. Signed by the Exarch, no less. Yes, I can provide you with an Amaro for passage to Kalusia. I will pick you out a friendly welcome. And there I was expecting a chocobo. He's gonna be like, a fucking what? A chocobo? Do you hail from one of Norvrant's more isolated settlements, perchance? I hear there are a few places where they ride little else. But here in the Crystarium, mounts like that grey fellow there are far more commonly used. He's kind of cute, honestly. He's like a camel bird. Seeing as you are plainly unaccustomed to riding Amaro, I think it best to accompany you on this flight myself. Any Zun worthy of the name could do it, of course, but the Exarch sent you to me, ensuring you safely arrive is my responsibility. Remember to drink water, take your meds. Yes. Oh, I got hydrated a minute ago. Thank you, Sable. 7 hells. How did I not know you played 14? Spacey, welcome in. Spacey, you play 14? How far in are you? Hello? Hello, bestie? Why are we just learning this about each other? Whew. The Amaro are adorable. I love them. They're actually very cute. They're like camel burbs. Look at it chomping around. It's so cute. Gather your things and meet me at the Amaro launch. One of the junior tamers will attend to you while I ready the mounts. Buggy. To the launch. Yes, sir. How you doing? I'm doing really good. It's good to see you. How far in are you? What have you played? What X pack? I have no clue. Rest and pepperoni. Oh, hello, you. You want to fly an Amaro to Kaluja? Well, I suppose if Master Genmai is going with you. Wait here, please. The Master should be along with the mounts shortly. I can now travel to Kaluja. Okay. You're very early into Endwalker. Oh my god. So you've been through this full expansion. You know everything that I'm in for. I've only heard tale of it.
Mute. The pounding surf frozen. Time itself takes a breath. At Light's Edge, all is perfectly still. The world captured in a painting, locked in a moment.
This is our
faint and fleeting,
Crystal Exarch, right?
coastward on the lifeless air. And in the distance, beyond the broken earth, a city beckons.
A very flamboyant looking city. It's very haphazardly placed on this rock here. Does this seem safe to you? Does that seem structurally sound? Oh, it's Ardbert. Oh, it's Ardbert. Thank you. I didn't draw the connection. Got into Endwalker when it launched and just decided you would work on unlocking some of the dungeons and raids and stuff. I rushed past. So that's actually my plan. Now that we're in Shadowbringers, I'm gonna start slowing down MSQ just a little bit. Not today, obviously, because I wanna sink my teeth in. I wanna really feel everything it's gotta give. And I wanna go back. I wanna do like the raids that we missed, some of the side quests that we missed. I wanna like actually fully experience this game now. Very tired, very sore, gonna go veg. Pray I love you. I hope you have good comfy sleep, right? Just starting to chip away at Endwalker MSQ. Part of why I think we're gonna start doing side raids and things like that, like the extra content, is because I think with everything that I've heard of this expansion, I don't know if I'll emotionally be able to like keep moving at certain points. So at that point, we'll be like, okay, detour time, let's do something else. It's because I didn't slow down that I'm taking a point to play it over and over again on alts. That's so cute on Dead Fun. I love that. Good luck slowing down on Shadowbringers. Watch me. Watch me. Whew, okay. We are arrived. This is Crackshell Beach on the eastern coast of Kaluja. You should be safe here for the present. Compared to the mainland, Sin Eater attacks are far less prevalent, and even the native beasts are not any more dangerous than elsewhere. It is the people you should be wary of. Huh? This is Blue Mage Beach. Ah! Spy you that city in the distance? That is Yulmore, the island's main settlement. It rivals the Crystarium in scale, and once an ally in our battle against the abominations. For years, the Yulmoran elite have fancied themselves the masters of what remains of our broken world. They have gone as far as to offer the leaders of other settlements their protection, if we bend the knee. We love that phrase. We love that phrase. But to say their ideals are questionable would be putting it mildly. The Crystarium is one among many who resist their heavy-handed authority, and while we are not at war, our relationship with Yulmore is strained at best. It might be wise to conceal your ties with the Exarch during your stay here, especially in the vicinity of the city. Aye aye. I am glad we understand each other. Now, the Exarch has instructed me to divulge a secret that should make finding your friend a good deal easier. Listen closely. It's weird that Alphino would stay here, given their heavy-handed authority. Endwalker stands as your favorite X-Pack. Shadowbringers got a special place in your heart, but the time that you played made it special to you. Got you. Dude, I'm still out here being like, I fucking loved Heavensward. I loved Heavensward. Stormblood was also very good. Stormblood felt like a lot of like rise and fall in the story. Like it was a lot of like, it was like moments of like build up to like a huge battle, and then another moments of build up to another huge battle, and like it was like that through the whole expansion. If you head along the coast, you will eventually come to a fisherman's shack. A friend of the Crystarium lives there, a man who goes by the name of Ivor. Ivor, maybe? Ivor keeps an eye on everything that happens in Kalusia and will be able to point you in the right direction. Just hand him a sprig of thyme, and that will let him know that you can be trusted. Here, this should be enough. Find your friend. I will stay here with you tomorrow until you are ready to return. Blue Mage Beach! Stormblood's rise and fall is the reason people are iffy on it. I loved Heavensward too. I really did. But I thought it was good. I thought it was a good switch up from how I can't talk right now. How Heavensward's story shaped up. It was nice to have the moments of peace, like building up to another battle, and then like all the payoff. I think that's what I really liked about Stormblood, was the payoff. It was all building an army, recruiting people, and then huge battle. And the huge battle was like the payoff each time. But I could see some people getting annoyed with the moments of like peace and like army building. Hi, Bora Dizna. Oh! How could you? A delivery, Moogle? What are you doing here, bud? Oh, there's no arrow key. You're replaying Stormblood on another alt because you're the local alt addict? Why, hello, Sir Terrabellum, was it? I'm afraid I don't have any letters for you today. If I did, of course, I'd deliver them to you with speed and gusto. I just thought he would have unique dialogue, because what is a delivery Moogle doing here? Sorry, Terra, we're ignoring you because we are chatting on your Discord. No problem, Julie. Dude, that's part of why I'm here. Just to build a chill community of people that like each other. It's more than just the stream. It's the community as well. Fun fact, Moogles in the first have a blue palm. I didn't even notice. Next one I see. I didn't even notice. I was just like, delivery Moogle. Eh? What am I supposed to see here? Ivor. How you doing, bud? Is that some feats for free? Yo, you're showing off toes? What you after? Fish? Crab? Think I've got an eel in a barrel somewhere, if you have a taste for them. No, have this one sometime. He looks like, oh my god, what does he look like? Oh, help me, somebody who knows Final Fantasy games. He looks like a blue guy from another Final Fantasy game. Oh god. Like literally exactly the same with the horn and everything. Help me, somebody who knows. Something I didn't notice until later is that Ivor looks like Kimari. Kimari from 10. Ronzo from 10? The blue mage? Kimari from 10. Okay. There you go. You guys have the words. I've never played 10, but I was aware of this character. Well, not this character, but like the one from 10. Wait, were they in 10 too? Because if they were in 10 too, that's why I know them. Yeah, they were? Okay, that's why I know them then. I was like, weird that I would know a character from 10, but yeah, if it's from 10 too, that would be why. That would be why. Spacey, I love you. Yeah, my main game Final Fantasy experience is like somewhere between 12 and 20 hours of 10-2. I didn't beat it. And somewhere between probably 10 and 20 hours in 12. That's it. Stormblood is your third main alt. Sonja is your fourth. Oh my god, literally alt addict. Tara, he is blue. Me. Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down? Well, I mean, if you've seen the character, this looks almost exactly like them. Just more wide and with worse posture. Also, I think the other one was more shirtless. Maybe? Kimari? I don't know. Anyways, he looks very familiar. Ooh, I do love a bit of time.
Chuck some in the pan. It's like a bloody festival of flavor. Now, what is it I can do for you? I can't say there's been any major upsets to report these last few weeks. Alphino, eh? Aye, I know the one. Our young champion of the downtrodden. Yulmore's richer than all of Norvrant put together, but it's a different story for them.
I'm drawing a parallel. Sorry, I'm not going to talk.
But it's a different story for them as live outside the city. Most spend every waking moment just trying to stay alive, which makes your friend's dedication to helping others stand out all the more. I can hazard guess as to where he is now. Get a message to him, but you'll need somewhere quiet to meet, away from prying eyes. Make for Stilltide. That's the fishing village just up the path there. You're looking for a rundown excuse for a tavern the locals call the Leaky Keel. Wait there, and I'll see Alphino joins you.
Yeah, I miss him. Our boy's coming home. Kimari's horn is also broken off. That's right, it is. Listen here, Tara. Listen, I like making OCs. I love writing stories for OCs. Final Fantasy lets me make them. So you're deep in that RP sauce. Let's go. Julie has good taste in books. We knew this. Julie is like our most avid reader. I have good taste in everything. I mean, Julie is here and does have a VIP badge, so just saying. Julie does have good taste. I'd be one to know. Terrab16, listen. We need a listen emote, but what would it look like, Mac? Get those creative juices flowing. Brainstorm a listen emote for us, because I feel like we need a listen emote. With how often I say it. Hello and welcome to Alt Addicts Anonymous. Yes. Listen.
This is your first time in a tavern? It's customary to buy drinks, if you mean to loiter. What do you be having?
Water? No, that's literally read. That's literally rude. I was reading mead. Mead.
A fine choice. And what will you be paying with?
Money.
Well, now, those are exotic. Where did you come by coins like that? I'm sorry, dear. I don't doubt they have value, but I don't have a touchstone to test their purity, and I'm not about to go begging for one from the neighbors. So we'll just have to come to some sort of other arrangement. Wait, what do you have in mind? What kind of tavern is this? And here's an idea. There's a common to the north where we grow our vegetables, but lately the pests have been eating more and more of them than we have. What do you say about a bit of extermination work? I want you to squash any vermin you find, then visit the caretaker and give him an earful for me for sleeping on the job. He'll be in the old silo next to the fence, snoring like as not. Do that for me, and you can laze about here as long as you like.
Okay. We don't have any more slots for animated emotes, Jolly, so even if we add new emotes, they would have to be non-animated. A list left and a send right. We could do a list send, like 2 separate emotes. Although if I had a check mark, it would be much easier to justify those. The other arrangements are chores. That's boring. I mean, I'll accept it. It's fine. Somebody chasing me? No, we're okay. Mac, why you gotta word it like that? That sounds distasteful. Pew, pew. Chaos mod? Hello? Fair enough. Ah, 2 of them. This is getting out of hand. Yeah, tab target. Yeah, I want to target the whiptail over there. Thanks, tab target. That is absolutely who I wanted to shoot. The whiptail that's behind the fence. What is with the tab targeting in this game? I'm like, there's an enemy literally attacking me right beside me. I press tab and it's like, you want that whiptail? You want that one over there? We can help you. Fuck. Sounds like a job for my 60 alt Twitch accounts. Welcome to Alt Addict Anonymous. Tab targeting is so bad in this game. Bro, that was, fuck, that was something. I see your message, Rando. I see your message. I see your message. Cone. Cone targeting. Boom. Bam. Bing. Here we go. Target type. Target closest enemies. Ignore depth or cone. We're gonna try cone. We're gonna cone tab target. Maybe that'll make it better. Even with cone, it's still bad. Okay. I got excited. I got excited. No response. Maybe he needs to knock louder. Hey. No response. Perhaps Yakuin is hard of hearing. Boom, 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 boom. You hear a faint squeaking from the room beyond. Time to bust in and save the day, brave adventurer. Yeah! No one is home. Judging by the lack of furniture, they haven't been for some time. The gnawed scraps of vegetables on the floor suggest rats have taken up residence in their absence. Filthy rats! So the caretaker is just fucking gone? Maybe he became a filthy rats. What is with these sickly gobboos? They don't seem to be living there, but sickness must be purged. I gotta move my stuff. Look at this! Oh my gulai. Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh my god, the eggs. Wait, the eggs look so cursed. Why do they look like... It smells so good. I'm literally... Hold on, I'm drooling. Help. Help, I'm drooling? Help? It smells better than it looks, and it looks so good. Help me. Help me? You got hiccups? It was so nice knowing you, Undead Bun. I can't believe you're dying. Give me some F's in chat. Goodbye, Undead Bun. You're definitely gonna die from hiccups. It's over for you. Those are some strange... Listen, is my green screen. Hello, I'm back. Welcome back, dear. What did the good-for-nothing caretaker have to say for himself? Well, nothing, because he literally wasn't even there. Gone? Must have left to go join the rest of the hopefuls. In Gate Town, outside Yulmore. You don't have a clue what I'm talking about, do you? And there I was thinking you were another dreamer. Well, never mind all that. Take a seat wherever you like, dear. You've more than earned it. I'll even throw in another drink on the house. Bum, 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 bum. Eggs be like Peepo Trip. Fell. What in the Peepo Trip is that alcohol? I want that one. I want that like coolant cleaner looking ass. Why is it so luminous? I want this one.
And how is business today, Mistress Theva?
Poncho Alfano! Poncho Alfano?
Oh, frenetic. Look, I have a new customer.
El Poncho? Ponch Alfano? It's the boy!
'Tis good to see you, my friend.
'Tis good to see you too. It's the boy. It's the boy. Look at the cute Poncho.
The barley seeds you wanted. They should produce a better harvest than the last.
What, just like that? Oh, Alfino, you really are a dear. Well, I'd best be tidying up some of those empty shacks before the pests move in. Keep an eye on the place while I'm out, eh?
Trumbapoline pimp. Hug me. Hug my face. Please hug me. I love you so much.
It seems an age since last we spoke. Not since the prisoner exchange in Doma. and Yotsu. It has been even longer for me, of course, if you count the days I've spent here. But the time has only added to the relief I feel seeing you safe and well.
Now I kind of regret not getting the Alphino cosmetics, so I could have like Alphino hair and make myself look like a little tiny Alphino, and then it could have been like Alphino, like the, you know, like the Spider-Man meme with like the two Spider-Mans pointing at each other. It could have been like that for our reunion. Fuck, missed opportunity. Me? I was more worried about you.
Huh. Alize said much the same thing. I don't think I've ever had such a scolding. But I believe an exchange of news is in order. Come, tell me of your arrival and all that came before.
I still want that blue liquid. Kyo, come.
I see. Both the Exarch and Alize told me what they knew of events, but I had stubbornly clung on to the hope that all-out war might yet be avoidable.
I've done that unprompted with another Meteor cosplayer. Yes, Rando. Terra, no, that's a Fantasia. You'll get addicted. No, I'll stay a Lalafell. All I would need to do, well, my markings on my face kind of screw it up a little bit, but like all I would really need to do is put on his hair. Just visit the hairdresser.
Taru. She must be sick with worry. We must endeavor to return as soon as we may.
Yes.
It would be nice to bring her good tidings for a change.
I love this earring. It's so cute.
But before we bid this world farewell, we must first ensure that it is not rejoined to the source. We must prevent the 8th Umbral calamity.
Yeah.
Eorzea's vision of the future has, I fear, every chance of coming true. By his description, the catalyst for the calamity was a formless and deadly weapon employed by the Garlean Empire.
Nice, Charon.
Which can only mean one thing. Black Rose. Gaius was telling you the truth. When we were on the trail of the Ascians, we saw evidence that the gas was being manufactured once more. Gaius was adamant that the project had been scrapped. But so long as there are wars to be waged, there will always be those determined to win by any means. And thus simply destroying the existing stores of Black Rose would do little to alter fate's course. In that sense, our involuntary journey here to the First was something of a boon. Together with the Exarch, we've developed a theory as to how we believe the rejoining will be set in motion.
I assume it'll have to do with the Black Rose.
I'm sure Eorzea himself will cover the subject in more detail. But I can tell you the process requires that both worlds, the Source and the First, be facing an existential threat. One being Sin Eaters, of course.
Yeah. Terrible sketch of emote being dropped in script discussion. I look forward to seeing it.
They are a menace that I would dearly love to remove, and not just to avert a calamity.
To end all the fucking suffering.
I may be a stranger to this world, but I will not stand idly by and let innocent people be slaughtered.
God, I love him. He's such a good boy.
That is what brought me to the gates of Yulmore. Ignoring its pretensions as a kind of capital city to what remains of the world, it is nonetheless a center of power and authority. If any solutions are to be found, I believe our search should begin there. What say you, old friend? Hungry for another adventure?
But of course.
And so we take to the road once more.
That song is not expressly Alphino's theme, right? It's just like more often than not when Alphino's on screen that theme starts playing. For all intents and purposes, it feels like his theme. Wait! Look at his little boots! Look at his little boots! I want little boots like that. Where you get those little boots? The little fuzzy boots. He's cute. You're a cute boy. Oh, you're a cute boy, Alphino. I tell you what.
Took a few screenshots of myself by sides because I think it's funny in difference of gameplay. Yeah. With the way all the characters stare downward at me. Yeah. Boots with the fur. Assuming you have no objections, let us make our way directly to the city outskirts. If we time our arrival just right, you may be lucky enough to see why I have yet to set foot in Yulmore, despite my best efforts to do so. Come, from here, we must head west, then cross a small bridge. So he wasn't in Yulmore the whole time. I was gonna say, it seems very unlike Alphino to be inside a city like that. Especially given what we've heard about them. Do you know the parallel I was drawing between Yulmore and our world? It kind of seems like it's giving Garlean vibes. It's giving Garlemald. Which, if this world is in fact is that a chameleon? Oh, an iguana. Close enough. Look at the little bean. He's cute. He's cute. But yeah, given that the first is supposed to be like a reflection of the others. Whoa! It wouldn't surprise me if there was like parallels in its people as well, and that they are likely the Garleans. Given that there's versions of all of our races, there should likely be a Garlean race in this reflection, this star. Is there a game screenshot? The gameplay channel is the best one, Undead Bun. Anything game related goes in there. Yeah, stream discussion or gaming. Usually when it's in-game screenshots, the gaming works best. Kalusia seems peaceful, does it not? Almost familiar. I had a similar impression of the Crystarium. Even in this distant world, people are much the same. To think whenever a calamity struck the source, a reflection such as this one, with all its culture and history, was being erased from existence. No! Get away from me! Who? Over there. Quickly, someone's in trouble. Scream discussion, please, I need this. My brain has holes in it. I can't talk. Location-wise, this is Limsa. Oh shit, I so see it now. I see it. Oi. I'll thank the fates you. Look out! It's not one and the same, right? No, it's not. Its name is Forgiven Cowardice. Interesting. If not odd. Don't you dare. Don't do it. Okay, good. Brain is kind of cheese when you think about it, honestly. It is Swiss cheese. My poor heart. Thank you, young sir. Ah, there you are. In my haste, I lost my bearings, but I see you have the situation well in hand. Fine work. Are you all right, madam? Just a few bruises from where I fell. Nothing compared to what was in store for me before this brave soul came to my rescue. I honestly thought I was done for. My feet are not as swift as they once were, and I knew there was no one left to hear me scream. Not that I let that stop me. Aw. I should probably leave my old house behind and queue up outside Yulmore with the rest of them. Doubt those fancy lords and ladies would welcome an old crone like me. Still, even a shack near the gate has to be safer than staying here. One would hope. Either way, I suggest you avoid wandering alone, lest you make the Sin Eater's task any easier. I'm so sleepy, wanna sleep, go sleep, dude. Thank you again, you saved my life. Now I'm sure a strapping lad like you has little to fear, but I wouldn't linger long in this place. There's naught to be had here but cobwebs and memories. Oh yes, totally.
Undead Bun, as well as if you give any context to the screenshot, because sometimes I end stream and I look and I'm so confused. I'm like, what is this about? 'Tis as the lady says, many in these parts have abandoned their homes to live in Yulmore's shadow. Should the Sin Eaters descend upon this region, there are precious few with the strength to fight them off. Speaking of which, what have you been told of these monsters? Ah, yes, Alizé would be well qualified to speak on the subject. Compared to Amareng, Kaluja is almost a haven, but as you saw, we cannot let our guard down. Had you arrived a few moments later, the Sin Eaters would have claimed another victim. Still, we've won a small victory this time at least. Now, shall we press on? Oh, it's called Canticle. I didn't see the comment. Thank you for repeating yourself, Rando. It's called Canticle. It was originally for the twins, but it expanded to be used for the Scions in general. Gotcha. We need to return to where the road forks and follow the path that leads west. It's for the Scions in general. However, it's mostly for Alphino. Do 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 do. I didn't notice, Rando. The song they play when Aardbert is recalling things is a slower version of the same basic melody. That's cool. I would say get the 1-2 bundle. I would say get the 1-2 bundle because I was talking about this recently with somebody. Bayo 1 is good, but Bayo 2 is an example of when sequels are done right, in that Bayo 2 takes everything that Bayo 1 did and made it better. And like all the mechanics, anything that they added is just an improvement. I'm still upset about the Bayo 3 news though. I don't know. I may play it in my own time. I don't think I want to stream it because of recent developments with the voice actress. Wait, you haven't seen it? It's been confirmed the VA was lying?
Arms, and Yulmore itself lies beyond.
Wait, that changes things. Literally, as I was just saying, that changes things. What the fuck? Well, yes, she wasn't getting as much as they offered. It was a total of 15K, but denied it. What? Yeah, well, I'm confused. I need to do more digging then, because this is news. She was lying. Huh. Huh. Okay, I need to do some digging, because yeah, I didn't see this news. Interesting. This may change things for me. The gate up ahead is known as... Oh, he read this.
This, meanwhile, is the aptly named Gate Town, the dwelling place of the many desperate souls who hope to be chosen to live in the city proper.
Still a lie, but still a low amount, but why lie? That's the question. I am counsel. I am counsel about this news. She was trying to negotiate more. They agreed. It wasn't enough. She pushed and they folded, eventually offering 4K. Really sucks because I think she could have had all the support she had for being offered shitty pay, even if she was honest. Yeah. She posted on her Twitter admitting it. Wow. I was about to say what a mess. Moon, you took the word right out of my mouth. What a mess is what I was about to say. Is this the drama I've been hearing of? Yeah, I originally was not planning to stream Bayonetta 3, even though I love Bayonetta. I love Bayonetta so goddamn much. I was originally planning to not play it on stream because of this, but this might change things for me. For a starring role of that much experience, I would understand being insulted and refusing. Yeah, but to lie? People are going back on the boycott and reordering the game. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm gonna dig into that because this is totally news to me. The fact that she tried to rally the fan base against Jennifer... Well, I don't think she necessarily meant to rally against Jennifer Hale. It was more so the Bayonetta 3 in general. I haven't played Bayonetta, but that's hella weird. Yeah, right? Weird as frick. Yeah, not against Hale, against the game. Oh, okay. But I just need to reread this because I'm a bit lost now. This, meanwhile, is the aptly named Gate Town, the dwelling place of the many desperate souls who hope to be chosen to live in the city proper.
I thought I recognized you. Brought a new friend, eh?
What in the smoker voice? She quote said, "She is not the voice of Bayonetta. Don't support this game." Damn. Vindictive a little bit? Sensing a little bit of a vendetta here? I just don't understand why she lied. VAs just get terrible pay, and this could have been a moment to add to the conversation. Yes, the conversation in general of VA's low pay, rather than outright lying. It's more damaging in the long run. It was going to be 10K total, but she reached out to the main man and offered an extra 5K to it, and she denied it, which her actions now have muddled for other VAs that get low pay. No kidding. It could have been a whole dialogue. Huh. Weird as fuck, dude. Just weird vibes.
I'll bet you got a trick or two up your sleeve. Maybe even 3. Care to show me?
She exaggerated the situation and victimized herself when it was her choice. Literally. They even, from the sounds of it, they were like open to negotiation, and it still wasn't enough for her. So then she's like, well, we're gonna boycott the game then. It's painting the whole situation in a completely different light.
He's not here to compete. Leave him be.
I was thinking the same thing, Gray. I didn't want to say it though.
What? I was only making conversation.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please!
He looks cozy. Curlo! I love him in his poncho. Ponchino is so cute. I hope he never changes, even though I know he will.
Greetings to our hopeful petitioners, one and all. Yulmore extends its warmest regards. Let it be known that a lady of distinction wishes to dine on fish divine. We seek a master culinarian who can guarantee
Hi,
seafood
Jazz.
perfection.
No, you're cute.
Dazzle the matron with your delicious dishes, and life in the city will be yours to enjoy. Even on days when fish is not on the menu!
Woo!
Who among you will answer the call? Name yourself or another. We might not at all.
See, I would be really excited right now if I had leveled up my cooking. But I'm not a master culinarian. I'm gonna be kicked out of the city or refused entry. Comes off entitled as fuck. Yeah, the whole Bayo 3 situation.
Was there anyone?
What about that girl?
What about that girl?
Do you recall how I said Yulmore was a center of power and authority? Well, that is not the only reason for its fame. It is also known as the City of Final Pleasures. The noble and the wealthy who survived the flood gathered here to live out the rest of their days in decadent abandon.
Ew.
A poor man could sooner pass through the Iron Needle than Yulmore's gates. The only way the common folk can enter this perverted paradise is if they fulfill the whim of one of the privileged. And so they are picked over like market produce.
That's creepy. So it's Florida. Carlo! I was gonna say, if you remember when we watched the trailer at the end of the last 14 stream, I was like, oh, they have a hedonistic society. This is their hedonism land. Just do what I'm doing. Terra, marry a chef so you don't have to cook. Jess, I would like to present to you, if I don't drop it,
What a catch!
the weird green screen supper that I
We'll
have.
not be throwing this one back.
I'm very excited. It smells amazing. I shouldn't have brought it up to my face. It smells so good. Oh my God. We have Spess. Yes. All hail our chef, Spess Bun Bun. That looks fire. It's a new dish he was trying out. I think it's like pork and rice and egg and I don't know what else. He was saying that there's like chilies and stuff in it. I don't know. It smells fucking amazing. Whew. Also, can I just say, I feel like Bayo 3 boycott popped up, seemed around the time other things were being boycotted. I can't think of anything else, but I trust your judgment, Jolly.
The one with literal fat cats, yeah. Lurk, raid time, be back shortly, just re-clear tonight. Okay, see you soon, Golsif.
Having seen your all too obvious charms, we welcome you with open arms. Come, join us in the city of splendor and live out your life in an ecstasy of endeavor.
And then she's actually gonna go in and they're gonna like
Oh, just look at those expectant
like cut her up
faces.
and eat her or something.
What could you possibly be waiting for?
I feel like this is gonna take a turn for the worse.
Here, an extra share of meal to celebrate our newest resident.
Bum cake! Wow! Bum cake! Meal.
For you. Enjoy.
Wait, it's literally just bum cake. It's the butt bread. Yeah, it's butt bread.
Meal is a foodstuff which Yulmore routinely doles out to the people of Gate Town, and apparently a staple for its citizens as well. Many here rely on it to survive in these times of scarcity. Yet the whole arrangement just seems
fucked up. You can say it.
Let's just say it leaves a bad taste.
It seems fucked up. Yeah, no, you can just say it. It's okay, bestie. I love those. They have like plaid shirts tied around their waist, some of them. I love that. Please tell me that's a glam. Ew. It's giving bad vibes. I do love their glams though. And their VAs. It is a glam, oh my god. Okay, I'm on a mission. I'm on a mission. You can get it off the market board. I need it. I have a need. Let me see if I can find one. Let me. Hey, you. Oh! He was a ghost! Oh my god. This is a fucking ghost town. Oh, I can't find anyone with it. Is there just a dead person here? Oh my god, they're fucking dead. We'll get you some medicine. Wait, I have Vercure. I will Vercure. Cute cat boy. I can't Vercure the cat boy. This is so sad. The suspenders with the shirt are, yes, I need. I want to make little like engineer looking, like with little suspenders and everything. I want to be little engineer boy, even though I'm not an engineer. It'd be a perfect, it would be a perfect machinist glam. He needs a Suna. I don't have a Suna. I'm red mage. I didn't master enough white magic. In Yulmore, there's also a guy just hanging off the side of a building. Been hanging there for at least 5 years. That poor guy. The twink was obliterated. Oh no, not the twink. Now you understand why my attempts to enter the city have thus far come to naught. The dubious privilege of residency must be won via a contest with ever-changing rules. They say this policy has been in place for the past 2 decades, ever since Yulmore's current ruler came into power. Yet from what I have seen, it does more harm than good. Not only does it distract people from our shared struggle against the Sin Eaters, it robs them of their self-sufficiency. I have tried to propose ways we could improve their lot, but my words invariably fall on deaf ears. The attitude is so entrenched now, I worry that, well, mayhap you should take a turn around Gate Town and judge the situation for yourself. Oh no! No! Wait, let me give you money. How about instead of me giving you money, I eat cookie in your face. Mmm, delicious cookie. I bet you wish you had the jack-o'-lantern cookie. Yum, 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 yum. I'm in my villain era. Souls-like voice. Twink obliter. Terra! I'm sorry. I saw the opportunity. I'm a monster. See, in order to get into the city, you have to behave like you're already part of the city. That is my approach here. I'm pretending like I'm already part of the city. I'm being a monster. You can get an engineer-looking gear from Ishgardian Restoration. Requires crafting, gathering, or spending a lot of gil. I am so down to restore Ishgard and level up crafting in order to do it. And to look like fancy engineer after. He wants no cookie. He wants butt bread.
A large pot bubbles over the flame. Pale chunks meal. You realize float in the otherwise plain broth. They're using bread to... Oh, this is sad. They're using bread to flavor their stew. They're having bread stew. This is so sad.
Emotional damage.
That guy just encountered emotional damage. Yeah. Kind of unhinged behavior from me. Oh no, there's another one. The restoration's already done, but you can still get the currencies. Gotcha. Tara, that's literally me with soup. Bread soup. Hello, one bread soup, please. Just look at it. Can you imagine a more beautiful city? I can't change my camera angle. I can't even look at it. Every day I dream of the life that awaits for me inside those walls. Oh, will they ever pick me? Wow. She's such a pick-me. Unbelievable. He's pretty nice. Oh my god, the shipwrecks underneath it though? Yikers. That can't be good. Can I fall off? What's gonna happen? Oh, no I can't. I tried. It's a reverse bread bowl. Oh my god, bread bowls fuck so hard. Why would you say that in my chat? I now want a bread bowl more than anything. Oh! Fill it with spinach dip. Oh! Get some French bread. Oh! I'm so hungry now. I have an amazing dinner beside me, and now all I'm thinking about is bread bowls with spinach dip. Now Tara isn't gonna eat his supper. Who said it? Shit, now I need food. Go eat food! Go get a snacky. Limsa was built out of a shipwreck. This city, instead, built above the shipwrecks. You can use it for leveling crafters to 60. Yo, let's go. You eat food. You've been on for 4 hours. Have I been no way. Oh man, the earlier time slot is weirding me out. Should we take a little food break, you guys? Do you want to take a little food break? Like a little 5-minute chomp chomp? Still here, are you? Can't blame you for wanting a slice of Yulemore's pie. If you ask me, you should ditch that sour-faced brat and make a home for yourself here. Gate Town's not much to look at, but it's at least it's safe. And the meal is the best thing I've ever tasted. It's filled with drugs, I know it. It can't be good for you. I accidentally put basil stems in the dish. Careful, they're not chewable. Heard, okay. Watch out for basil stems. Oh no, Spess! Throw on the BRB, yeah? Food break? Pee break? All right, let's do it before we turn in this quest. Oh, I still think this guy looks like the Limsa Adventure Guild guy. Hey, this world is a reflection. Could very well be. Spess is me trying to roll my first blunt. Oh no. Oops, all stems. Anyways, guys, go get food, go pee, take your meds, get some more water, get some snackies. We'll be back in like five-ish minutes. I'm just gonna chomp some food. All right, we'll be back. Whoop. Oh! Do you think he's tired out, guys? Do you think I did it? I'm still scared. I'm like looking over my shoulder. I didn't even go talk to Hawkeye. Julie, thank you for the hydrate. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna get jump scared in a second. It's the first G7 country to legalize weed. Yes! Let's go marijuanas! Let's go! I cannot believe. Oh, bro! Oh! Bro, hang on! Ezra just stole fries! Ezra! My cat! Y'all! My cat just ran off with 2 fries. Ezra, are you kidding me? I have to go hide my fries. Holy crap. He grabbed them, looked at me, and then... I see Kitty. I'm not confident that we can get Kitty without murder. Please don't die, please don't die, please don't die. You died. Oh, you died horrifically. All right, let's move on. Let's move on. Let's move on. Let's move on. Please tell me nobody saw that. Pepper, I got no more nut for you. You used it. You took all of it. Wow, that's really inappropriate. Kitty has claimed the arm. And there's nothing. Oh no. She kind of hot though, but oh no. Hang on, I want to get a closer look at that. No. Combine with your GPU? No! I forgot. I forgot it could be anything. I forgot it could be anything. What if I don't? Will he just heckin' kill me? Yup! Thank you for shout out. That's profanity out there. I'm going to eat. Ow. How? I eat the totals. Hi guys! Oh please. Please, I need this. Please, you don't understand. It literally licked the tip. It literally licked the tip and then said no. If I see Chica right now, I'm dead. Chica saw me. Don't fall on my... Don't fall on my... Okay, good. Oh, don't fall on my... Look, we are King Potat, but not as many uses for King Potat, but it's still cute. It's still cute though. King Potat. Oh, hell, King Potat. Hi. Hi. Eat my ass. Eat my ass. Eat my ass. Eat my ass! Ah, there it is. Oh, it's so gross. No, there's faces in there. Hey, it's the thing from Amnesia. You, who would? I'm wearing this. All right, this is my aesthetic now. Oh, oh. In here? Is this a thruster? It is. Here we go. Oh, no, come back, come back. Come back. Goodbye, beautiful thruster. Farewell. Farewell on your journey through space. Why do I hear growling? I was hearing kind of faint growl noises. Why do I hear faint growling? Oh! Ready? Here comes. Here comes. Here comes. What could that mean? What could that be? Nobody knows.
Are you sucking?
I'm sucking.
Don't swallow it.
I'm not gonna swallow it.
Well, spit it out.
It's 28%. Times 2 chance of dodging lizard attacks. 28% dodge. 28% in a dream. Do we gamble? Anyone feel like? Anyone feel like? I'm not gonna gamble. I'm just sending in. I'm just sending in. Dodge, Valora. You have to dodge. You have to dodge. Oh my god! Holy shit!
Whoa! Whoa! Get up, gamers! It's squat time and working out. Squats. And working out. I want one of these paintings' eyes to like legitimately follow me. Let there be light. Oh God! Not like that! That's not what I... I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? Father? Father? Apologies. Brush made from wife, daughter hair. Yeah, that's what I'm getting. Good lord! Can I close that? I want to close that. Okay. Here we go, Julie. I got it. I got it. There it is. I made this at work because I remembered this meme format and I was like, this is how Terra reads chat. Here's me. Here's the rest of Twitch chat. Here's Julie. And here's my 4 fucking mods that I always miss. I figured I should be self-aware. I should be self-aware the way I read chat. Oh my God. You were thinking about me. Literally, Julie, I wanted you to take it that way. That was like my form of an apology of how much I miss you guys' messages. Ah! Who's gone? Help! How do I get rid of it? There. Nope. 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 Help. Okay, it's gone. Hello, sir. Where's your penis? Imagine. As I was getting ready to come back from BRB, I saw an image of old Final Fantasy when I had 900 followers. Feels like eons ago. You've seen what Gaytown has to offer, yeah. Also, we back. Oh my God, the supper is as good as it looks and smells. It was so good. Imagine 7 vaginas. Oh no. When did? Oh no. Was that part of the BRB? Oh no. Don't do it. These people can no longer fend for themselves. They've become dependent on handouts of meal and believe Yulmore the answer to all their woes. Hi, Valkyrie Flame. Welcome in. Yet no matter how I frame my encouragement, they seem unwilling, nay, unable to conceive of any other way of life. There's a mind control drug in the meal. Mule dependent. Stop. The BRB was imagine having no penis. Oh my God. Why am I allowed to talk ever? You disapprove of Yulmore. Tis difficult to make a final judgment without first seeing the city's inner workings. Mayhap is that uncertainty which always makes me feel so ill at ease here. Miol is how I imagine Grandpa Eorzea. Grandpa Eorzea! Okay, did you not see Eorzea in the Shadowbringers trailer? Certified fucking babe. Are you kidding me? Not that it matters. However unjust the system seems to me, if these people claim to be content with their lot, it's hardly my place to criticize their choices. But take that elderly lady you rescued. Does it not seem that those who have chosen to forgo Yulmore's largesse are doomed to suffer for their independence? In the end, they are all but forced to seek refuge in Gaytown, and so hamlets and fields across the island are left empty and untended, hastening the region's descent into ruin. Eorzea equals certified gilf. Oh, Miol Eorzea. I also remember Terra's journeys in Kurthus because I created a new character on Ether during that time and power leveled to the same point. I remember that, Jolly. I miss Stardew with Valora. It'll never happen again. Skull emoji. Skull emoji. Nay, I'm not convinced that Yulmore's generosity truly serves the best interests of Kaluja's people.
I am not so naive as to think there is some miraculous solution to all of this, and yet I cannot but frown at the sight of hardworking villagers struggling to survive, even as the chosen few rejoice at being plucked from poverty by the hand of a capricious noble. There has to be a better way. I will not know for sure, however, until I have taken those long-delayed steps through Yulmore's gates. 'Tis fortunate you arrived when you did, sir. I have been working on a scheme to insinuate myself into the city. If all goes to plan, it should soon come to fruition. There's a beast tribe who makes its home in the seas surrounding the island. The Ondo, they are called, though you and I know them as Sahagin. For the most part, they keep to themselves in their ocean grottos and rarely have dealings with land dwellers. But as Tataru took great pains to impress upon me during our stay in Kugane, business favors the bold, so I reached out to them. I duly discovered that the Ondo are inordinately fond of land-grown produce, fresh fruits in particular. When I offered to procure such goods for them, they promised to pay me in pearls. An attractive business venture for any prospective investor, would you not agree? Surely even those most jaded Yulmoran lords would have time for a merchant who can make pearls from plums and pumpkins. Damn, Alphino. Leviathant. Yes, I've come a long way since my days buying samurai swords without first negotiating a price. My appointment with the Ondo is due to take place in a few hours. I just need to collect the produce and meet with them there on the shore. Might you help me make the exchange? Nodders.
I love you, bitch.
I love you too, Becky. Excellent. I should be glad of your company. First things first, then. We must pay a visit to Mosha Moa, my supplier in right. Come. It's just to the northwest of here. Uh-oh. Random blue hair.
Sloppy.
Random blue hair guy heard everything. Why did you ban Curlo? What did Curlo do? Wait, I see nothing. I see nothing. What did Curlo do? Also, yeah, Jelly, have good comfy sleep. Yeah, that's fair. What did Curlo do? Oh, Curlo's in your DMs, you need eye bleach. All right. / ban Curlo. Ooh, you get to time out, Curlo. It's almost as good. Curlo, no! I'm Germanant. It sounds like a Kyo thing. This thing's name, Germanant. It sounds like a Kyo joke waiting to happen, but it's already happened in the creature. What is that? Hello? What is this? Wood eyes. Do you have little hobbits on your shoulder? No, you don't. No hobbits. Just a random ent. No big deal. Ew, he spat something. Gross. He'll be back, Val. He'll be alright. Rocks back and forth. These are dark times, but we're here for you. We haven't fed our frog in a little while. Come here, you. There you go. There's your delicious air. Is there something I can do for you, friend? Good day to you, Moshimoa. This is my associate, sir. We are here to collect the produce I purchased. Eh? I loaded your lackey up with the goods not long ago. My lackey? I know of no such person. Miss Dull Lad, short blue hair? No? He said he'd come on your behalf, and since he seemed to know all the details, I just assumed. Confound it. Someone must have been eavesdropping on our conversation. If this charlatan was here not long ago, I He cannot have gone far. We should have split up and searched the area. You find a vantage point on the south side of town, and I shall take the west. It's kind of funny that Shadowbringers' story is dark, while there's a lot of light. It's my best Titus laugh. I'm sorry. I should work on it. Which game is Titus from? 10? I should work on my Titus laugh before we get to 10. I'll perfect it before then. Oh, Kyo funny. Mac, that almost seems like condescending. Yeah, from 10? Okay, I'll work on my Titus laugh. I'll have it perfect before we get there. And your laugh wasn't? Listen. Listen. It wasn't. Even though it very much was. It was a sensible chuckle, okay? I just channeled it through Titus. Search the surroundings for a male mistle with short blue hair. You may move the camera and then lock in. Start! It's giving like Mario Party. You've located your quarry. Well, that was easy. Did he know I saw him? Oh, he know. Hey, sir, any sign of him? He's over there. Let's go kick his ass. You have a keen eye. Let us move in before he makes his good escape. Charge! Which way? Which way? Which way? This way? To Calibird. No, to Calibri, not Calibird. It's like a toucan and a hummingbird had a baby. So freaking cute, Lalas. I love them. Small pointing of Lalafels is my favorite thing. Get over there. He's right there. Get him. He's right there. I also really like when they point at themselves.
The thief who claims the harvest on my behalf. Hand it over.
But I need these pumpkins for my family. We're starving.
Forgive me. I have to get into the city. I have no family and all my friends have already been chosen.
Aw.
No one here gives a damn about me. When the meal gets handed out, I'm lucky if I get a smell of it. No matter what I do, they won't call out my name. I'm so tired, I'm so bloody hungry. I thought maybe I could steal your idea. Get in that way.
What is your name?
Kai Shear.
Tell me then, Kai Shear. Must it be Yulmore or nothing? What of the Crystarium? They may not offer charity, but you would be fairly compensated for any work you did.
He's got a point.
Oh no, it has to be Yulmore.
Why?
That's where all my friends are. We made a promise that we'd live together in paradise.
Make new friends. They obviously are shit friends if they just abandon you. Stop watering fake flowers.
I was to make my
I'm not
deal
talking
with the
about
owner of the
flowers.
cave. Listen
This is a
carefully,
call out. This is a call out
I shall
post.
tell you my plans for the business and how best to arouse the Yulmorans' interest.
You'll give me your place? Just like that?
But then what are we gonna do?
I'm giving you a chance, nothing more. What comes of it is entirely up to you.
Oh, whatever flowers I want, Madge. Piss? No. Lala's love, Lala's life. Lala is able to enter certain houses in this expansion. Oh, is it me? Do I get a special Lala house?
I understand. Oh, thank you, thank you.
I also had the Mario Party thought. I even said, ready? Like the announcer. Start. Cue Luigi standing there and still winning the minigame. I love the fucking Luigi wins by doing nothing videos. His friends are good friends. They didn't ditch him. They had to get in on their own.
One path.
Okay, hi Jack. I trust you. Welcome in.
But for young Kai Shir, it was the difference between life and death.
Aw, Alfie, a good boy, dude.
I do not regret my decision. Yet I will admit that a part of me wonders if it was for the best.
Alfie, good boy. Now how do we get in?
We strive to bring swift salvation to this world. That countless lives might be saved, not least your own. Even if it came at the cost of one man, should I have forged on regardless?
I love him. He good boy. I think it's like level 77 quest who you get into it. Okay. Luigi enters Yulmore by doing nothing. Kai Shir enters Yulmore by doing absolutely nothing. Hi Soma! Soma, welcome in. Looks at his dead fake flowers, but I already did. No, Charon. That's not who you are. Meaning we'd better hurry. No, that's not who you are.
I suppose not. Were Estinian here, he would most likely scoff at my soft-heartedness.
Same old Alfino, ever the slave to sentiment.
But I thank you for your kind words nonetheless. Let us see to it that both these stories have a happy ending.
Hang on, his Estinian impression kind of sounded like was it PS1 Hagrid or PS2 Hagrid? Don't ask me again. It sounded like that. Oh, I disliked that. I loved it. I loved it.
Shall we return to right then?
Yeah. That's top secret, that is. It was giving PlayStation Hagrid for sure. Eh?
I can't be sure, but I think someone's in trouble.
Who?
Come on, they may need our help.
I love him. I'm glad to see that this world hasn't hardened Alphino. And that he's still the same. Alize, I'm concerned for. Alize, I'm very concerned for. I think she's gonna have a kind of off the deep end moment coming up. And it's gonna make me cry. But she'll be okay. Oh, can you see that far? Legolas ass. I mean, he is Elizin. And they are called elves in this star, so. Alphino, what do your elf eyes see? Seems fitting for the moment. What are those? Lowland hyssops. Wait, literally, what are those? What are you? Is that a mandrake? A floating mandrake? Kind of. Alize. Valkyrie. Alize. I was gonna pick Alphino first, but then someone brought up the fact that we made a promise to Alize, and I forgot about it. And I was like, shit, say less. We're going Alize. Ooh, Neithercurrent. TY, no problem. I can not get over that she has like an alcohol name. Alize is a brand of alcohol? Have we had this conversation? Exclamation mark memory? Laurie Strode? What are you doing here? Laurie Strode, don't you have generators to be fixing? That should take care. His? Oh, my bad. Sorry, bestie, sorry. That should take care of the worst of his injuries. Splutter. Mercy. Mercy, I beg you. Alize is a slang term for it. I think it's now a brand? Let me check. Okay. Breathe easy, sir. No harm will come to you here. Tisleen, stop, Kyo.
The poor man is shivering. Pray, keep an eye on him while I get a fire going.
The alcohol guy was Asahi super dry. True. True. Man, fuck Asahi. Is that fucker still alive? No, he's dead as hell.
I thought for certain I was dead. How am I ever to repay this kindness? We'll settle for the tale behind your current predicament. Why don't you begin by telling us your name?
Asahi's super dead.
Tristal. I was invited into Yulmore to work as an artist.
And they just fucking yeeted you into the ocean?
A wealthy couple took me in to paint pictures for them, but when my style proved contrary to their taste, they just as quickly turfed me out onto the street. I was left penniless and patronless, a grave sin in Lord Vothry's city. Within days, they had brought me before the man himself and asked me what I meant to do. Dejected as I was, I told him I wished to leave. Little did I know he would soon grant me my wish. They flung me over the balustrade into the goddamn ocean. Unlucky. From up there? How were you not dashed to pieces? Don't ask me. Luck, I suppose. Though if you hadn't found me when you did, it wouldn't have counted for much. Monstrous. And the citizens condone such barbaric punishment. Oh, without a second thought. When Lord Vothry passes judgment, no one so much as blinks, let alone argues. In Yulmore, his word is law.
Call Madge. Madge, my little lollipellas. I'm standing in the campfire. Send help. Also, I just want to see this real quick because I love the animation so much. So it happens when you're bad to artists. I don't like it. Alizé is a brand of alcohol, so close enough. Just slightly different spelling. I can't wait to meet Bud Light later on. What? He got very killed. It felt really good. Remembering back to how it happened. Woo! I love it.
The more I hear about Yulmore, the more determined I am to see what waits within its walls. I shall bend all my thoughts towards securing another way into the city. There must be something we can do. But first, we should convey Tristal to the shelter of the village. Fire or no fire, he needs to be out of this chilly coastal air.
Giant Dark Souls crab in the background? Giant enemy crab?
Away into the city.
We should attack its weak point for massive damage.
No. No. Let me... No.
Okay. I hope that Final Fantasy XIV goes the route of PSO2, and the next expansion is you enter the real world, and it's like real world New York, and you're fighting like train car hydras and shit. If nobody's played PSO2, you're gonna have no fucking clue what I'm talking about, but it's a thing. Please no. Hey, yo, PSO2? PSO2. I love it. I haven't played it in centuries, but I love PSO2. Remember, that's a Kirin, a mythological creature, not a Skyrim horse. Hey, Kyo, back up. What the hell are you trying to say? Play but didn't get too far into it. Train car hydras? Huh? Don't ask. Don't try to climb like that. It's literally, yeah, it's exactly what it sounds like. It was a hydra, but it was made of subway trains instead of like flesh. You fight a train in one of the Close enough. I'll take it. I'll take it. I just love when games go full Kusoge and like break the fourth wall and be like, we're in the real world now, smiley face. It's terrible and I love it. It's very campy. I don't think I've ever seen it done seriously well.
Pray accept my deepest gratitude. I owe you both my life. And if you'll permit me, I would assist you in the attempt to enter Yulmore, insofar as I'm able at any rate. To be frank, the thought of sending my saviors into that awful place makes me sick to the stomach. But since it's plain you've set your minds on it, you should take this.
What's up, Neon? What's up, Neon with the finger guns? How you doing?
It's my favorite paintbrush. The Yulmoran elite are never satisfied until they get exactly what they want, and if I'm not mistaken, the couple I mentioned will be looking for someone to replace me. If you make a show of owning such a well-used brush, you may be able to convince people you have a talent for painting. Are you certain? This is your livelihood. We cannot deprive you of such a treasured possession. I give it gladly after all you've done for me. Besides, I don't think I have the heart to paint anymore. As to what I'll do instead, I honestly haven't decided. But I shan't stay long in this place. Not with that city brooding over me. Nay, I'll move on to new lands and a new profession, and I'll keep you in my prayers from now until my dying days. Tristal! I have to hug the Tristal. I have to hug the Tristal. Goodbye, Tristal. Thank you for paintbrush. Aw. Should you make it into the city, have care what you say and do. I wouldn't want you to save my life only to lose your own. Actual artist depression. A true artist, this one. So there's this whole thing about going to Earth in PSO2, has the best boss in the game, and a lot of dumb. So much dumb, Izagi. So much dumb. Yeah, it's great though, but pure garbage. You've made yourself dizzy playing an escape room game? Oh, I want to play that, it's on Game Pass, I'm pretty sure. Escape Academy, I think? You should watch the anime Recreators. Is it also reverse isekai, I guess we'll call it? They say kindness is its own reward, but Tristal has repaid us with a gift as timely as it was unexpected. We will, however, need to act upon his advice before another painter steps in to fill the vacancy. Thankfully, I do have some modest skill with the brush. Nothing approaching that of a true artist, of course, but enough to play the role, I would hope. Wait a second, wait a second. Didn't Alphino give us some sketches of like the characters before and they're like fucking cracked as shit? And he's like, oh, I'm not very good. I'm not very good at it. Meanwhile, he's like pure artiste, or was that somebody else? Is Inuyasha an isekai? Stop. It's a reverse isekai that takes itself seriously and is incredible. Recreators. Okay, you have my attention, right? You have my attention. As for you, well, if you don't mind taking a subordinate role, mayhap you could pose as my assistant. Then it's settled. All we need to do now is return to Gate Town and await the next appearance of those vile jesters. Cracked as shit is correct. Like, he drew the Gosetsu and Yugi... No. Was it Yugiri and Gosetsu? Yeah, it was Gosetsu and Yugiri drawings, and they were, like, insane. Cracked at Fortnite. Like, Jesus. I didn't watch, like, the first 2 episodes of Inuyasha. You missed all the context. What's wrong with you, Izagi? He did photorealistic sketches of Gosetsu and Yugiri at the beginning of Sword Pod. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. And he's like, I'm not an artist. I have some talent. Meanwhile, photorealism. Fuck, we're gonna get it there. We're gonna get in there in a heartbeat. Are you kidding me? Inuyasha was my first anime as a teen, life-changing. Me, it was like, yeah, it was Inuyasha. It was, what were the major ones? Sailor Moon, of course, like for everyone. Little bit of Dragon Ball Z, like a splash of it. And what else? Oh, fucking Beyblade. Not, I don't think I would call Beyblade a real anime, but like, ooh. Something and something and something. Gonna rip it up, gonna let it down. It's a bang. Oh yeah, it's the one that's gonna win. It's Beyblade. And Yu-Gi-Oh! Somebody said Yu-Gi-Oh, didn't they? Or did I missee that? Nobody said Yu-Gi-Oh. Okay, well, Yu-Gi-Oh as well. Yu-Gi-Oh as well, for sure. Yu-Gi boy. Inuyasha on Adult Swim late at night on the couch as a kid. Pure nostalgia. Pure nostalgia. Me, I used to have to stay up late to catch Inuyasha because it aired too late. And Cowboy Beep Boop. I still need to watch Cowboy Beep Boop. One of your first was Spice and Wolf. I've heard a lot of Spice and Wolf, but I haven't seen it. But high tier waifu in that one. Say less. Didn't watch a lot of popular ones in the 90s and early 2000s because you only had local channels. Oof. So you started with the 80s anime on VHS. Oh my god, that's even cuter. Gundam Wing. Oh god, I had friends that were super into Gundam Wing, so I was like second-hand knowledge of Gundam Wing. All gone now at this point. Hello is my Firefox theme because I love. Aw. Whoop. Here come the vile jesters. Here they come. I used to secretly stay up with the TV very low at night to watch Inuyasha and DBZ. And Dot Hack Sign! Oh my god, Dot Hack Sign. Shine, something morning light. Now in the end, the ring ain't blowing. Dude, like every other episode that theme played. Keep your eyes on me. Now in the end, the ring ain't blowing. That song fucked me up. That's why it's burned into my brain. That song always meant something dramatic was about to happen. Fuck. That song in .hack sign was the equivalent of several cutscenes are about to play in sequence. Please set aside sufficient time to emotionally process them. I started collecting games for .hack. I tried to play the .hack games, but they didn't resonate with me as much as the anime did. Rented all of .hack from my library. Yes, Carlo. .hack sign was so good. It was like, honestly, okay, can I just say .hack sign was like
emotional damage.
Yes, exactly that. Never mind, I don't need to say anything else. Becky said it for me. Thank you, Becky. Thank you for filling in the gap. It meant something brutal was happening. Totally. Got you, Tara. Thank you, Becky. Angel Beat. I was aware of Angel Beat, but I never saw it. There was another one. I think it played. You guys might not have seen it, but Witch Hunter Robin was in the same vein of like depression, and I loved Witch Hunter Robin. I feel like we've talked about it before, and you guys were like picking your nose, like, "Hey, when are you talking about Tara?" But Witch Hunter Robin is like my queer little heart. You sort of remember Witch Hunter Robin. I just love the themes, dude. Angel Beats had a sad story. It was very heavy emotional damage. Oh my god. You have Witch Hunter Robin on DVD? Let's go, Sweetling. Same TV station? It was like, it aired even later than the others, Gray. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention once more. What a day it's been for the folks at our door. We've welcomed a peddler who made pearls from a plum. And now we've a place for a painter of a plum? I don't know what a plum means. Card captors, Sakura. Card captors, a mystic adventure. Card captors, a quest for all time. Each card possesses a power all its own. We have to find them to bring the power home. Card captors. God, card captor was so good. .hack sign was so good. Curlo, thank you for the clip, by the way. Mermaid Melody Peachy Peachy Pitch. I'm sorry, Tuna. I'm sorry, what? Well, come again? What? That whew, over my head. Please tell me someone else remembers X. I don't remember X. Tokyo Mew Mew. I need to watch Card Captor. It's on Netflix and I need it. Did they do Card Captors or did they do Card Captor Sakura? Because one of them has like a much different tone. Like the JP one has a much different tone than the like English adapted one. A plum, a lot of dignified togetherness, but with a slight tinge of showmanship. Ah, thank you, Gray. Card Captor Sakura. Okay, good. It was a magical girl anime about singing mermaids. It owned? That sounds so comfy. I think the official name was X99. I've never even heard of it. Huh. So come along and don't be slow. It's time to let your colors show. Crowd murmuring. I can paint. Portraits at least. Landscapes are still lifes are so rarely commissioned these days. Oh, I thought I spied some new faces in the crowd. What fortune that you should feel at ease around an easel. What proof have you of your prowess? Any masterpieces on your person? Sadly not. Everything I paint is soon sold. Such is the life of a working artist. I have only my brush to testify for me, though you will note that it has seen no small amount of service. Oh, flecks of paint, both old and new, a tool much loved and much used. Not a prop to be conjured on the hop. Very well, come with us and we'll put those talents to the test. And who is this hanger-on? Well-wisher or parasite? Why, this is my assistant. He whose unfailing support allows my art to flourish. I will go with him or not at all. Parasite, then. We shall leave his fate in the hands of your new employer. It matters not a whit to us. And having filled our latest vacant space, we retire to Yulmore's sweet embrace. And bum bread! Bum bread? Oh, mercy me! The meal! We almost took our leave without leaving a loving token. We must empty the sacks ere we make our way back. Bum bread! Orin High School Host Club frequently comes up in chat, and we all love it. Resoundingly, we all agree. Kiss, kiss, fall in love, honestly. Y'all fake, no one said Death Note. God, I love Death Note. He's good. He's good anime. For the record, you just got your Lotus in the mail. When did you buy it, Rando?
Redemption is beyond us.
Oh my, it's quite regal. Oh, I fear I'm underdressed.
The lament of all but saints and fools, and the comfort of the lords and ladies of this accursed place.
My headcanon?
Once they held fast against the madness, only to embrace the coming cataclysm and delight in the end of
Where's
days.
this room? I would like to go to this room. My headcanon is that Ardbird is just following us around, like, saying all this over our shoulder. Like, we're walking in and he's like, blah, 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 brooding monologue. Orion made me realize I'm pan-romantic. Let's go!
Perhaps in rapture they
We got
seek
pole
to lose
dancers.
themselves and the misery they share. Or perhaps for them alone, the promise of eternal pleasure really does hold true.
It's time for your reward. Your eternal reward. Yulmore Megalol. Welcome, welcome to the city of final pleasures. Feel free to weep at its magnificence. No? Not even a single tear? Move right along then. Our first task is to register you as residents. You know, make it all nice and official. We'll smooth the way, so you just need to put on your happy faces and head through the joyous hall. Have I watched Yu Yu Hakusho? I have not. Hi, Bannigan. The Bureau of Immigration is in the first room on the left side of the passage. Declare your name and occupation in a nice loud voice. The clerks will tell you where to go from there. Oh, and pay no mind to those folk off to the side of the road. Much like the hopefuls in Gatetown, they haven't earned their right to enter the city proper. If, however, you enjoy basking in the envy of your fellow man, then by all means, take your time. But why waste another moment? Go, enjoy the beginning of your new life in paradise. Vile jesters indeed. I heard Yu Yu Hakusho. My young adult self has arrived in chat. Hi, young adult Mac. The Bureau of Immigration, was it? I suppose we had better show ourselves willing for the time being. Sword Art Online's lesbian spinoff was the best one. Was that the Gun Gale? Because I didn't watch as far as that. After the fairies, I was kind of like, am I still invested in Sword Art Online? Why can't I talk? Sword Art Online. No, I wasn't. So I didn't watch the whole Gun Gale. I can't talk today, Neon. Tara's brain is not here today. Dude, it's fricked up here. Where is this on the map? No, I'm just kidding. Was that some gold booty? Sheesh. Found the cake. I did. If anyone's gonna find it, it'll be me. Trust me, Tara, I understand. Yeah. It was its own separate storyline, right? It was alternative, not to be confused with Gun Gale arc of the show proper. Wait, it was something else entirely. Oh. Yeah, I wasn't even aware of it. Literally, Sword Art got to Gun Gale, and I was like, eh. And I checked out after that. So I didn't keep watching. Can't talk today. People giggles. Hey. This is how I keep him humble. It's fine. It's fine. I'll accept the abuse. Mech doesn't know I'm into it. No, I'm just kidding. Can't even say that with a straight face. Gillette. The best a man can get. Gillette doesn't have that fucking slogan anymore, does it? I count myself, I was about to say, I count myself very blessed that I haven't seen a TV commercial in eons. Like probably at least like 8 years I haven't seen a TV commercial. But then on twitch.tv, I'm bombarded by ads. So it's like, it's not much better, honestly. It's only slightly better. Mob Psycho 100 I really wanted to watch, but I didn't. There's a lot of animes on my list that I'm like, I really want to watch because people spoke so highly of them, but I just never got around to it. Mob Psycho 100 is peak. I've heard people really fucking love it. Hello. How you doing? How you doing, perch on that wall? The backlog of entertainment. Yeah. It does say .tv. Do you guys know what the .tv stands for in Twitch, by the way? Fun fact. Taking all guesses. Taking all guesses on what the .tv stands for in twitch.tv. I don't know about Gillette. I ignore Razer commercials since I'll never need to buy another one unless mine breaks. Yeah. It means TV. Oh, sweet summer child. Actually, Rando has it exactly right. Tuvalu. .tv is Tuvalu. Like how Canada has .ca, US has .com. It's just the region. So Tuvalu, I think, makes a fuck ton of money by just selling domain names with .tv. Welcome to Yulmore, fortunate friends. May I have your names? I'm Alphino, an artist, and this is Sir, my assistant. Ah, yes, I was informed of your imminent arrival. We can forgo the usual interview and begin processing your registration papers forthwith. More women should buy Gillette. They're just better. Don't pay the pink tax. Oh my god, the pink tax is insanity. Listen to Gray. Listen to Gray. They speak truth. Now the citizens of Yulmore are divided into two classes. There are the free, who are blessed with the favor of Lord Vothri, and the bonded, who work in the employ of the free. You will be joining the ranks of the bonded. Your duties are to serve a patron in the capacity for which you have been chosen. In your case, painting pretty pictures. Should your patron dismiss you for any reason, you must find another sponsor among the free, or accept work as a general laborer. I see. And might you tell us something of the patron we are to serve? The two patrons, actually, Chai News and Dulia Chai, a Mistel couple, whom most refer to as the Chais. Mistel is their Mikote, right? They are both gentle souls, but I would ask that you conduct yourself with respect and humility, for your own sake, as much as theirs. Terra, chat, I gotta go start Can't Longer. No problem, Neon. It was a pleasure having you. In many cases, an item that is marketed separately for women and men will be more expensive for women and is usually pink. So, pink tech. Exactly. Exactly. Mistel is Mikote. Thank you, Rando. Yeah, exactly. Pink tax, such a fucking scam. Now, a moment, please, while I complete the relevant paperwork. All in order. These are your registration documents. Danke. Take those papers next door and submit them to the clerk. Once they've been stamped, you will officially be Yulmoran citizens. I have a shit grazer that I loved, but in general, yes. Enjoy your new life in paradise. I think I also have a Gillette razor gray, like one of the ones that have the replaceable heads. I'm a bench. Julie, love you. Hope you've been sleeping good lately, by the way. Mwah. Welcome to the Bureau of Registration. Papers, please. What have we here? Alphino, artist. Sir, artist assistant. To be employed in the service of Lord Chainuz and Dulia Chai. Yes, everything seems to be in order. Your registration is hereby approved. I think it's best that we deliver you to the Chai residence before. Hmm? Oh dear. You smell hideous. Stinky Alphino. What a stinky boy. Did you crawl here through a ditch? It's like an unholy miasma of dust and sweat and the musk of some unwashed beast. Tina, welcome in. How you doing? Proceed directly to the delousery next door and scrub yourselves clean. Use whichever showers are free. After you've rinsed away that stench, you'll want to splash yourselves with this perfume liberally. Once you've made yourself presentable, then you may proceed to the Chai residence. Cornen, the guard by the stairs, will give you directions. Stinky! Stinker. What a stinker. I hadn't realized we were so aromatic. Glory to Astotska! Astotska is the Papers, Please game, right? The minute she said Papers, Please, my brain heard the like voice. Oh. I mustn't look. I'm looking. Oh, whoa. Sephiroth, is that you? Wait, I wanna be in this shower. I'll face the other way, respectfully. Oh wait, is that the shower I need to go in? Oh no, I can go in any of them. Binoculars? You rinse yourself clean in the stream of water. I like how they just threw this one naked NPC in here. And then of course Ray is there. Boom, 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 boom. Naked NPC? Hell yeah. They did put Sephiroth in the game, but just in the shower. Wait, what if it's actually, hang on. Oh, no, it's not. Wait, it kind of looks like, maybe I should draw the curtain, they said as I fucking, all right, I'm leaving. It looks like the librarian from the curatorium, from the Christorium. Crystallorium? I don't remember what it's called. Why he have pants on in the shower? They're what you call one of them, father? Sorry. They're what you call one of them, oh God, what are they called? Exhibitionists. He one of them exhibitionist types. Christarium, thank you. My brain has holes in it. Oh, I'm supposed to put on the perfume. Alphino, you're more stinky. I'm gonna perfume you. Guys, my brain is falling apart. I need someone to take over talking for like the next 30 minutes. Apply liberally. You apply the perfume as directed, and the delicate scent of roses fills the air. More! Oh. More! I had to make sure to get that back shot though, right? A lot of streamers I saw do this part had people RP showering. It was really funny. Did you not see Ray RP showering? Ray was on it. Ray was on it, Toon. Oh, you've showered and dressed already, have you? It is not, that is to say, it seems rather exposed for one's ablutions, does it not? Hurry up and shower, Stinky. What would Estinian say? Alize would have been drying her hair by now. Hurry up and shower, Stinky. Fine, just a quick rinse then. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. I was gonna look respectfully. Only respectfully. Is he a never nude? Looks that way. Shylfino. If you don't call him Stinky, you're not the real friend. Exactly. We do it out of love.
Unfortunately, I did not think I had enough to get a group of people to wait in line together. That would have been so good. Well, that was bracing. I believe the lingering smells of the road have been successfully expunged. Shall we go and present ourselves to our new patrons then? We shall. Cornen. You're looking to present yourselves to the Chais, are you? Let me explain how the city's laid out then. Imagine 3 layers, one on top of the other. This layer is called the buttress. But above us is the understory, where the military has its headquarters. And above that, you've got the canopy, which is where the free citizens of Yulmore spend their days. So if you want to find your patrons, you'll need to keep climbing until you run out of stairs. Then look for the Grand Dame's parlor, and they'll be in there, like as not. But the buttress. Wait, did we pass the buttress already? No? I want to get to the buttress. Dun, dun, dun. Unless maybe that was the buttress. Booty, 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 rocking everywhere. Buttress, 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 rocking in the middle layer. Nice, nailed it. Stuck the landing. Whew! Oh, I want to get that shard. Why does that say nuts board? Hello? Why is there a nuts board? Hello? A board for nuts? What the hell is a nuts board? Is that a frog wizard behind me? Yes. Yes, it is, Sweetling. Is that actually a board for nuts? Oh my god, it's a nuts board. Why is there a nuts board here? Oh, hunt marks. I thought I was misreading it from afar. Nuts are earned by doing hunts. Interesting. Interesting. That's definitely what I thought that meant the whole time. You've attuned yourself to all the Ethernet charts in Yulmore. Kaluja is now accessible as an Ethernet destination. Cool. The currency is sack of nuts. Oh my god. Not even joking. Oh my, I love it here. What a great expansion. You can get these nuts by killing monsters. Make sure to pin your nuts up. Oh my god. Oh, that's hilarious. It's a 12 reference. Gotcha. Terra, Chaos. What is up? Aetherite. Why did they dress it up? What is this? According to the message engraved in the base, special permission is required to use this aetherite. Fine. It's not like I wanted to use your fancy dressed up aetherite anyways. Stinky. First of all, rude. Best is these nuts can also be used in Endwalker as well. All right, I gotta start collecting nuts then, just saying. Chai news. I want to look at your face. Let me look at you. Very grizzled. Very grizzled looking for a Mikote. Or sorry, what are they called again? A mile? Dulia Chai. Nice to meet you. The frog's on the table. Missed out, thank you. I'm getting sick, so I may have to not go to my shows this weekend. No, Sweetling, that's so sad. Goodbye. Wait, Kyo. Oh, it's late for you. Goodbye, Kyo. How am I? Chaos, I'm really good.
Who's this then?
What in the squeaky toy voice? Who's this then? Kyo, have good comfy sleep. Why vacation always ended sick? Because you bombard yourself with the germs and bacteria.
Lord and Lady Chai, pray forgive our intrusion. I am given to understand you were in search of an artist.
Because you bombard your body with germs and bacteria that your body is not normally used to in a different environment. And then your body comes back and goes, ugh, what is all this? And it dies. Don't laugh at Dulia, she's the sweetest. If a bit of a space cadet. It was the voice for me, Zagi. We will not shame Dulia's voice. She's a sweetheart. Okay, I'll give her time. Hang on. Let me give her time.
Ah, you must be the new,
Okay, they're both characters.
Oh, goodness me. What an adorable boy.
Okay, her voice got better. It was just the first one.
That silken hair, those pearly cheeks. Oh, and you even smell wonderful, like a bed of flowers.
I think she's smitten.
I approve of this one, dearest. I am positive he'll paint us the most delightful
I bet she gives
pictures.
good hugs, right? I love her voice. I laugh too much.
Yes. Well, as long as he paints better than that talentless wretch we sent packing last week.
Hey, you guys almost killed him. Angry. Keep your smile on.
Wonderful, wonderful. Welcome to Yulmore.
Alphino, if it please you, my lady. And this is my assistant.
Oh, what a formal bow.
Your assistant? I've heard of folk bringing in family members, but this seems a bit irregular. Aren't you a little young to have a protege?
We are family in all but name, my lord. Though we share no blood, we have stood by each other through life's many challenges, resolved to prevail together or not at all.
We were roommates.
Of all people, 'tis he who best understands my work. With his unique insight guiding my hand, the art I create is sure to satisfy your expectations.
Sorry, history will call us roommates.
Once the picture is begun, of course, I shall have no need of constant encouragement. And so I wondered, rather than him being in your way, might it then be permissible for my assistant to explore the city he has so longed to see?
Aw.
Out of gratitude
He's not
for
lying,
his
he's really not.
priceless contribution to my
Oh my
art,
God, they were really
I thought it only fair that I make this humble request on his behalf.
Oh, did you ever hear of such devotion? Of course your assistant must have his wish. He shall be free to roam to his heart's content.
I understand why you guys like Dulia.
Isn't that right, darling?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course, dearest. Quite right.
He didn't give me the nod. I've become so accustomed to characters just nodding at me at any moment. There's been a disturbing lack of character nods in this X-Pack so far. Hello, Tacharoy. Hello, Lloyden. Hello, Linden. Not.animation.exe has stopped working. I'm kind of sad, dude. I'm kind of sad. Does this mean I can eat right now? To the parlor. My, what a mask you have on. What's going on over here? Are we crafting over here? Something smells fishy with the lover husband of the nice lady. No, it's fine. I still can't use this. How come you're allowed to use it? What the fuck? What do you think this is? Mister, you can just use the aetheryte right in front of me? Rude. Impolite, first of all. Bitch. This is why we like her. She gets better. I just like how she's so bubbly. Only tall people can use it. No! Now you have the opportunity to experience Yulmore. I suggest you make the most of it. Explore the city top to bottom. In other words, I would start with the canopy and go from there. Try wandering on the market stalls, mayhap. Such places are usually filled with colorful characters, only too eager to share local gossip with friendly visitor. I would appreciate it, of course, if you could share any discoveries with me in turn. We shall both learn as much as possible about our new place of residence. Can I do it now? Motherfucker! Discrimination. It is, Curlo. Thank you. It really is. You must be this tall to use the aetheryte. Son of a bitch. So I'm gonna play in a Horizon Zero Dawn D&D campaign
as a Banuk hunter. That's so cool, Chaos. I mean, I don't see any Lalas here. Honestly, unbelievable, this place. Oh, actually, they're called dwarves in this star. So, literally playing Horizon as we speak. Such a big game. Yes, it is. Oh, hello there. A fresh register, are we? You seem a little lost. Well, 'tis lovely to make your acquaintance. Speaking of acquaintances, you wouldn't happen to have run into my attendant on your waterings, would you? Big, strong lad, long hair, tied back. He was escorting me on a shopping errand when I realized I'd dropped my handkerchief. Now I've been waiting here all alone while he's off searching for it. I'm not terribly fond of being alone. If you do see him, I would be obliged if you could pass on this message. Forget the silly handkerchief and return to my side at once. She's high fash, like holy shit. Look at her. Amaze. Wow, what a beauty. Radiant, in fact. Bitch. I started playing, but haven't finished. Still in the first game. Okay, here's my advice for the first game, Dina Tina. When it comes to... Who just ran by? When it comes to Horizon, the one thing I heard repeatedly was just ignore side quests. Ignore 90% of the side quests, experience the main story, and that's what I did, and I loved it. I fucking loved it. It was so good. Oh, what is happening? Are you okay? He seems okay. Oh my God, no. I couldn't disagree more. I said 90%, Gray. I said 90%, and I'm very thankful for it. The side quests that I did do, other than, was there a DLC area that we did? I think there was a couple in like a DLC area that were really good. But just sticking to the main story felt so good. Go through the world and do everything as you find it. Oh, totally, totally. But I think it's no secret that they did their side quests as mostly glorified fetch quests. So I'm hard disagree. I'm hard disagree. I loved it sticking to the main story. That's definitely not the hanging guy I was talking about. I'm doing both, probably why I haven't gotten so far. If you're feeling burnt, okay, let me rephrase this then to save Gray's face. If you're feeling some burnout, just stick to the main story because the main story is so good. Wicked White, that was too close. My guess is he grabbed the handkerchief as it was flying off the side. It's about story and the side quests, not the mechanics. In Gray's defense, I didn't do them, so I can't speak for them, but that was the piece of advice I heard from countless people, and I couldn't have agreed more with it. I loved my experience in Horizon. Thank you, friend. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come along. I was trying to rescue my lady's handkerchief, you see? The wind must have blown it over the edge, but luckily it caught on something. I thought if I could just reach out far enough. You fool. You daft fool. Shell Squids! Hello. Actually, we're in Shadowbringers now. I'm a dwarf. Not a Lalafell, please. There's such incredible world building, fantastic other characters who only exist in side quest stories. I couldn't imagine the world of Horizon without these characters. And yet my experience was dampered none for it, Gray? So to each their own, I guess is what we should boil it down to. You risked your life for a scrap of cloth? You must think highly. Let's go with the first one. Fun fact about the fat mistells in Yulmore. They're based on a Lalafell skeleton and model. They even use some Lala emotes. What? That makes me love them so much. It's not just a scrap of cloth. Not if it belongs to her. I would risk my life and more to spare my mistress, but a single moment of sadness. When I first came to Yulmore, I thought only of improving my lot in life. But there was so much more to this city than wealth and plenty. There is no war here, no conflict. The residents all treat each other with warmth and respect. My mistress has been ever so kind to me. Ooh. I cannot think of no other place in Kaluja where I could possibly be happier. I think he's wrong. I think he's wrong. Sorry, I might have gotten a bit carried away. I find it hard to stop when I start counting my blessings these days. Please, you should come with me to meet my lady. Once she hears of your deed, you'll be witness to her generosity firsthand. Stockholm Syndrome, I feel like. What? Lonely, you say? Curse my clumsy feet. I must return to her immediately. Honestly, the most exciting thing about the Mistells here is the body diversity. And I kind of wish that the player had the option to have that kind of body. Like, I kind of wish in character creation they introduced a few more sliders, if you know what I mean. Because it makes it so you can make a more like tailored experience for your main character, whereas we're kind of all shoehorned into one body type, and I'm not in love with that fact. He seems smitten with this lady. Smitten he is. My attendant told me everything. I'm so grateful you were there to offer your assistance. You seem a dedicated patron. You value him highly, then? As if you were a member of my own family. I could not live the wonderful life I lead without him. We free citizens owe the bonded our unending gratitude. Mayhap in another society, our different standing would breed prejudice or resentment, but in Yulmore, a most glorious measure is in place to avert such unpleasantness. Part of that measure requires that the free surrender their fortunes. Upon registration, all our property, financial, intellectual, or otherwise, is given over to the city. In exchange, we are provided with ample funds and commodities to live a life of pampered luxury. Being liberated from the concern of earning coin has almost miraculous effects on people's outlook. There are no rivals to compete against, only fellow residents with whom to enjoy our tranquil existence. Now, if you'll excuse us, I must see what the markets have to offer as a reward for the return of my handkerchief. Oh, and I've not forgotten you, of course, our courageous messenger turned rescuer. That's kind of not what I expected from this society. Smitten with his kitten, Charon. So, communism? Listen, communism works in theory. I imagine something horrendous is going on in this city. Because it works in theory. I don't know necessarily that it works in practice. How's our new boots? I kind of miss our old boots. But we'll wear this full look. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's not horrible. I definitely miss the old boots though. These ones? Yeah. Yeah, look at these boots. I think these boots are going to be a part of a lot of glams because they're powerful, and then they kind of overwrite whatever pants you have. It doesn't really matter what your pants look like because the boots are so powerful. The amiable maiden appears suddenly concerned. All this talk of relying on the bonded, and I haven't given a thought as to what your duties might be. I hope I haven't interrupted your work unduly. True dwarfs aren't allowed to show their face to tall folk. In this star, or like, I keep calling it this star, but in this world, I guess we'll say. In this world, is that true, Hijack? A tour of the city, is it? Then you really must visit the beehive. It's always buzzing with activity. Local humor. Anyway, a lady by the name of Tista B usually has her seat near the entrance. She will gladly speak with you on any number of topics, assuming you find yourself on her good side. Okay. Tista B. Okay, sleep you good night too and have good sleep. Dwarves are a beast tribe. Hua. I want to meet the dwarves. I want to meet the dwarves. I want to find my people. I want to go home. I want to go home. Oh my. What? What is this? A message board? Kind of looks like a message board. Oh my. Listen. Oh my. Ray, are you dancing with the local entertainment? Oh my. We don't need an emote, we just type it regularly. Honestly true. That's quite the choice of mask. Oh, hang on. Can I sit somewhere? Holy man-spreading much? Bro. Relaxer. In fact, I don't even want to sit here. I'm gonna sit here. I've never been more horny for these pixels. These pixels. Oh my god. Further than that, they don't take off their helms for anyone, except maybe around immediate family. There we go. Now I am a true dwarf. I am true dwarf, living best dwarf life. No one may see my face. Check out the ears on that woman. Woof, woof, bark, bark. Awooga, awooga. Bum, 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 bum. Oh. Not a thought behind those eyes. Not a single thought behind. Ignore the dwarf behind her. Not a single thought behind those eyes. Mandalorian in 14. Is it me? Wait, wait. Milady, I have something to show you. Yeah! My eyes! Okay. Can I talk to anyone here? Oh, hi, can I speak with you? I would like to speak with you. You there, I need you to fetch my honeybee. Which honeybee? Don't be daft. You're the only person here who's as attractive as me, of course. Guys, we got called attractive. We got called very attractive. We know her type. He's dwarf. Scandalous. Hello, sir. It's quite the fancy sitting position. I'm not sure how you found your way in here. Perhaps you'd best find your way out again. Oh! Disrespect. The absolute disrespect. Let's ask the man spreader what he thinks about all this. Go on, take a little turn up on stage. This is the beehive. If you're not drinking, then you should be dancing. He wants to see me dance, you guys. He wants to see me dance. Why are they all man-spreading like this? Good booze and even better view. What more could a man ask for, eh? And then he like patted his dick. All right, sir. All right. It's cause they're drunk. All right, fair enough. This is a Final Fantasy VII reference. I think she was saying her honeybee as attractive like her. Oh, she wasn't calling me attractive. Okay, fair enough. All right, fair enough. I kind of dig these masks that they're wearing. It's giving very much like Masquerade vibes with like creepy jackal unicorn things. The honeybee in, yep. I also thought she had panties on, but they're actually like cute little like trunks. Cute. Oh, he's got full sleeves. Oh wait, it's not tattoos. Never mind, I'm not interested. It's the Bone Wicca set. It's actually very cool. I thought this man had tattoos. I was very excited, but it's just like arm sleeves. The Plague Doctor Club, little bit. What happens? Can you like interact with these? Oh, thank God you can. Okay, well, I just had to find out. Ray has chosen and has decided to put their elbow inside the bun's face. Care for a drink, sir? Can you not see I'm busy? Oh, wait, we didn't talk to him. Sapphics. Ray, some beefy arms? Yeah, Ray been lifting. I can't get up on the table again. Help. There we go. Ray been lifting though. I didn't realize you could actually sit like beside them. And then there's me. And then there's me. Guys, my mom's took me out. My mom's took me out to the club, wiggling my little legs. Not the little leg wiggles. Alright, I want to talk to that last person. Hey, you! Oh, I can't talk to either of you? I thought you had a name. I don't know. Okay. Well, that's fun. Boop, 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 boop. Trista Bee. Oh, she cute. I like her hair. Welcome to the beehive, my little drone. Seeking the sting of excitement to liven up your day. I can tell at a glance when folk are new to our happy colony. It's the nervous fluttering, you see. Always gives them away. Why don't we play some cards and set you at ease, eh? A quick game of high or low. It's simply a matter of guessing who has the bigger hand. If you win, I'll grant you a single favor. Within reason, of course. Interested? Yeah? Let's play. Ready? Start. 3 cards for you, 3 cards for me. You flip one of yours over, and I flip 2 of mine. Now, what's your call? Will your total be higher or lower than mine? We have 8. They have 9. Statistically, we should have a high, yes. Higher! Although we're gonna get fucked. You're going with high then, right? Let's see what we've got. My cards add up to 15 and you have a total of 21. Blackjack! Sorry. British voice. Here we see the human female showing off their muscles in hopes of attracting the large-eared doe. You win! Congratulations, guess you were right. Usually I'd concede defeat at this point, but what do you say to a rematch? One more win, then we'll talk about that favor. More! Whoa! Lower for sure. There's no coming back from this. Oh my god. A total of 12. Yeah, there was no way. You win. Well, well, would you look at that? I think you got a knack for this newcomer. Congratulations, victory is yours, as is the prize I promised. I love her hair, dude. Come whisper in my ear then, and don't be shy. Tell old Tista what she can do for you. That's all? How delightfully wholesome. But if knowledge is what you want, then that is what you shall have. In my humble estimation, the most wondrous thing about this town is how safe we are from the Sin Eaters. They say Lord Vothri was born with the power to command them, which means no Yulmoran need ever raise a weapon in defense of the city. Was that the kind of thing you wish to know? If your itch still needs scratching, you might get a few words out of Atharn over there. There's naught that Merry Sot likes more than the sound of his own voice. This has to be a reference. This has to be a reference. Hold up. Hold up. Give me 1 second. I need a second. Give me 1 second. They look so goddamn the same. It's the same. I love that scene from Soul Eater, dude. I love that scene. Me shaking the milk. Over here thinking shaking drinks is something special to. It's just his whole look. His whole look feels so similar to. That's a scene from Soul Eater, by the way. His whole look just feels so fucking similar. How dare you put Excalibur on the screen? Excalibur. Looking for the little Lalafell screaming fools.
It's the monocle. I think that's what it was. I think it's the monocle. It's just, it's too close. It's too close. Of her, I'm a united king. I'm looking for him. I'm going to California. Excalibur. Oh, of course it would be you. You slimy looking. What's that? New to Yulmore, you say? Only just arrived and already looking to peel away the layers of mystery. Oh, I'm all for chatting, but you need to slow down and enjoy life, my friend. I tell you what, you hop up on stage and give us a dance first, then we can have our little talk. No. 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 I'm being exploited. I'm being exploited. Yes. Yes. I am being exploited. He's not even looking. He's not even looking. Hello? Do I have a glam for this? I don't think I do. Wait, who recommended gear? No. Cancel. Hang on. Gear set. My fisher is wearing no pants. We're not going to be the fisher. I don't think my bard has any clothing either. What does my summoner look like? No, not good enough. Whoops. We didn't fully equip the proper gear. Hang on. Recommended gear. Update gear list. Okay. Dance monkey TOS. I'm just gonna keep my current gear. Hey-ya! Oh, wow. Oh, so hot, so sexy. Oh my god. Does Chair have glam plates? Only a few. I did it. That's the way. Dance like there's no tomorrow. I can't believe they did this to me. I mean, you're in the right place for no pants. I mean, true, but it's a Lalafell and I don't want to loot the Lalas. Throws quarters. Ow. It's not a fucking slot machine, Carlo. Bills or nothing. I can't whistle. Ah, now that was a show. You're welcome to clamber up on stage anytime you like. So, what was it you wanted to ask me? Ah, yes, something about our fair city. Well, I can tell you it wasn't always so peaceful as it is today. The Yulmoran army may be the very essence of military might, but even our forces saw grievous losses in the war against Sin Eaters. Hopefully people on the source never hear about this. Evelyn, it's for information, okay? Do you know there's a Make It Hail emote? Yes. I didn't know, but yes, I'm glad that's a thing. This is less awkward if you're literally any other race. It's probably quite natural for all the cat boys and cat girls out there and the odd bun girl. It's probably much more natural, but for a Lala, a bit weird. Things changed for us around 20 years ago now, when the old ruler's son came to power. He's got this way with the Eaters, you see. Turns them docile as house cats. I wouldn't be exaggerating to say they've become something of an ally to Yulmore. No longer an enemy to be feared. For bunnies, it's just another Tuesday. Yeah, the bunnies are already RPing this at the evening nightclubs. Anyways, so for the Lala, it's a bit out of place. And yet elsewhere, there are still fools who insist on fighting their losing battles. Ha! A toast to Lord Vothri. You've gained a preliminary sense of the city. The Chais and Alphino will be expecting your return. Very interesting. We call it No Trousers Tuesday. Yeah, we do call it that. Viera females are highly aggressive, as we learned from the Kurt Guardsman at the beginning of the expansion. Listen, I still have some people hitting on Lalas at clubs, and yeah, that's a thing. Don't loot the Lalas. Don't loot the Lalas. They're precious. Oh, you've returned from your jaunt around the city? So soon? You needn't have hurried back. Young Elfno has yet to put brush to canvas. And he's fucking dead. One cannot rush good art, I'm told. Or good artists, apparently. Ah, finally. No, Ponchino is gone. Guys, Ponchino is dead. I've put together an ensemble of the garments you chose. Is this satisfactory? Oh,
Oh, goodness gracious me. That last outfit was precious, but this makes you look positively dashing. The thighs, girl. You truly are a handsome boy. However am I to decide? What happened to painting? I don't recall this part of the artistic process. Is this a full, wait, this isn't the same outfit he was wearing, is it? It's a full new outfit, isn't it?
Emotional damage.
She whoosh. Exactly. The lad is an artist, dearest, not a dress-up doll. It's about time we set him to work for the reason we called him here. Must we? I do love a good painting, but I thought since we were enjoying ourselves so thoroughly... Well, I'm not. That is to say, as long as you... Thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. Ugh. Just make sure you give the lad time to prepare. We know who will be upset if he's not ready to paint at a moment's notice. Whatever you say, darling. So, shall we pick out some jewelry next? Dun, 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 dun. I don't mind Alphino's new outfit. It's pretty good. I like the thigh-high boots. Uptime? Whoa, my god. Mac, how dare you? Are they gonna invite him to a threesome? I think she wants to. I don't know about how he feels about that, but I think she wants to. Can I eat the right yet? Please? Please? Oh my fucking... I assumed you're sticking with 6 hours? Yes, I am. So I uptime you? I appreciate it. Do we actually... Should we call it here? Should we call it here? I think it feels like a decent ending point before we get into like a whole other segment. You know what? Yeah. Well, let's call it here. We're close enough. We're close enough to our 6 hour usual mark. Ah, see, now this person right here would have been perfectly at home with the previous honeybee section, as it were. Perfectly set up for it, 100%. As all true cat girls are. Well done, well done. This feels good, yeah. Let's end here. Bye, gamers. I'll miss you. Not that I remember what comes next. I'm sure it's gonna be like a whole segment. I also really I just noticed the Plague Doctor mask and it's fire. It's a fire mask and hat. I assume they're like one and the same. And they're really cool. That's a whole vibe. That's a whole vibe right there. Okay, bye gamers. I'll miss you. Until Thursday. No, riding home. Let's look for a raid target. Is anyone on my list playing 14? Riding home. Shit. I follow so many people. I follow so many humans and they're all live. What happening? Stream over, yeah. Stream over. We're gonna raid out. We're going to raid out. I'm just looking at who we have. It's real raid hours right now. There is someone playing 14. I think they're behind me. I think. I'm just gonna let this play. This is just gonna be here. Just let it do its thing. 4.1. Is that behind me? Is that? What is that? Oh no, it is war. War never changes. 4.1 is behind me. Okay, let's go here. Let's go here. I think they're doing some side quest stuff.
How many years?
Their name is Tiffany Lockhart. I think they're doing some side quest stuff, but I'm not too heartbroken if I see something maybe I shouldn't see yet. I want to make more 14 friends. So we're gonna go say hello to this one.
Have I waited for this moment?
And we are back for more Shadowbringers on... Okay, it's being too loud in my ear. You're being too loud, I can't hear myself think, cutscene. We'll be back on Thursday with more Shadowbringers. And I love you guys so much. If you haven't eaten food, please do. Drink water. Take your meds if it's something you forgot to do. And we'll see you guys on Thursday for more Shadowbring. For more pain bringers, as we should adequately call it after today's stream. Hop into Discord. Hop in Discord for full schedule and up-to-date everything. If I cancel, that's the first place that you're going to find out. Anything like that. I love you guys so much. Please give warm welcome to Tiffany Lockhart. I think I've been following them for a while, but I think they stream at a lot of times the same time as me, so I'm not always able to catch them. They're pretty good vibes though, from what I've seen before. Anyways, bye guys. I love you so much. Bye.